Yo. It's Grapsody with Will, Phil, and Reg, trying to keep it real instead of what you usually get from these talking heads. It's Grapsody, we're here to fill the void. 3 black fans, different perspective, got to fill your voice. Coming with the podcast, talking majors, indies in between. Yeah, it's all that, and we're down with Fightful, better fall back. Coming for respect, we connect like a ball bat. No need to double check, these are all facts. You're listening to What's Talk Raps. You're listening to What's Talk Raps. Will, Phil, and Reg. Yeah, we're Grapsody, here to talk raps. Yeah, we're Grapsody, here to talk raps.
Welcome. It's he, your favorite low talker, favorite dreadheads, all the other labels and things you want to put on your guys. Hopefully not a lot of negative ones. One. Well, I won't do that. But this is Grapsody. I'm Phil Lindsey. Of course, I'm here as my co-host, Righteous Reg.
Your favorite rapper, your favorite writer, your favorite podcaster. We are not starting the show like that. It is Saturday morning. We are here. I am very excited to be here in Oakland, California. Very excited to be here with all of the Grapsody. Do we have a name for the Grapsody homies? We never came up with like our supporters. Like we should have a special name for our supporters. Chime in the chat if you are here. But I'm here as Righteous Reg, Media Man, Saturday morning, here with my homeboy, Philip Lindsey. How are you?
Very tired. I've had a lot going on. I've been very busy.
So pretty much every week of Philip Lindsey at this point.
Yeah.
Your life at this point. Just continuously a lot going on in life outside, I'm sure, for not just Philip Lindsey, but for everybody. It's chaos, it's turmoil. But there's also some fun and interesting things going on. It's we're on our way to summer. It's getting warm outside. I'm sure people are excited about that.
Yeah. I don't know that it's getting that warm here. It's been sunny outside, but still been kind of cold.
No, sorry, I live in California. West Coast, you guys. Never forget.
Hey man, the West Coast guys, they was firing off with that guy, man. We talked about this last week, man. They was chasing him up the street with the blowers, and he just kept going. He kept moving. He kept going, spun the block, came back again, left, spun the block again. Couldn't get him up out of here.
I just kept thinking, why are they letting this happen? Like he left and came back, and then he left and came back again, and they're just still letting him go. They're just still letting him go, Phil. And like LA, because like this is a lot of the guys that were going at Joey Badass for LA guys, and I'm like, that's not in their nature to like to go about this the way that they were going about this, specifically Daylight and a couple of those ended Ray tracks. But you know, Joey is just I realized that, you know, his whole kind of thing has been knowing the culture, being a part of hip hop. Hip hop is like his thing, and you could just tell in this battle that he studied battle rap things specifically, and knowing how to capitalize off a moment and create a moment in a battle rap.
Yeah. I'm glad that we're back to raps. I'm glad that we're back to making great music.
Wow.
You know, I know some people that were like, real rap is back. I don't really subscribe to that because there have been already people putting out great music. But man, just this competitive side to I'm the best.
And that's what it is. Like, I'm better than you.
I'm better than you. And if you don't think so, then rap.
Get in the ring.
Yeah, I love that about this. Starting with that cipher, and then everybody started coming for the guy. Last time we were here, he had dropped finals, and he had responded to the Rayvon record. I thought maybe he was going to put another record out, maybe, but he had made his intentions very clear.
Mhm.
I'm looking for number one headband wearer,
The big dog.
Kendrick Lamar. I'm not trying to mix it up with the rest of you dudes. Y'all can get all y'all shit off, have your fun, but that guy is who I'm talking to.
No mid Carters.
No. So in the midst of this, I think what was great, and this is one of those things that the truly like greats know how to do very well. They'll give you like a few rebuttals, they'll give you some lines, they'll give you a few jabs here. Hey man, I'm gonna give you a few dots, and then keep moving, keep moving. Well, based on what just happened to my man in jail, I don't want to do the zat because touchy.
Very touchy.
He gave you a few pops, and then he was like, "Yep, all right, moving on to the next person." I'm not about to dedicate entire songs to you little dudes. Like,
No,
I don't know what y'all think this is, but no. Like, I saw somebody like, "Oh, well, he didn't really get AC Chike out of here. Did he need to though?"
he didn't need to. He said enough. That's a big part of what I liked about the whole battle, the whole thing in totality. This 2 weeks is Joey moved like a big dog. Like he was moving like I deserve to be in the ring with Kendrick, and you guys. I don't even know why you guys are trying to do this. When you said the cipher is so funny, Big Sean is the best avoider or disappearer in maybe hip hop history around a gigantic moment because he hasn't said a peep since that cipher. He's just like, I'm just gonna stay over here with my wife and kids, living a happy life.
You talk about a guy that's been around some crazy situations, and he's like, "Nope, I'm about to just put some bars out. If y'all like them, great. I'm about to go back home now, man." I just picture him like with his slippers on, with like the coffee mug, and he's like, "Dog, they still doing that, huh?" Like, all right, well, I'm over here, man. Him
and Janae and the kids are just like having a great day. It's sunny outside. They're by the pool, and like there's chaos going off. Something that he was involved with.
I would like to revisit, by the way, after those 3 tracks, Joey is better than Big Sean, dog. I'm sorry. Joey, the way Joey was rapping for the past 2 weeks, I don't know, man.
Bro, can subscribe still.
Bro defended an entire coast by himself. Essentially, well, I mean, technically by himself.
Yeah,
restored the energy to the East Coast. Brought Loaded Lux back outside.
He did.
Everybody was like, "Nah, Daylight's gonna get him out of here." Daylight put out that first record, and I was like, "It was cool, but
Daylight was moving like the Undertaker."
Yeah.
Like, what's all this mystery? There's promos in the middle of the songs. I'm like, bro, can you just rap?
Yeah, it was a lot of gimmicks going on in there. I wasn't for
the video lights are going out.
Yeah, the video wasn't really for me. I think some of the production he chose was kind of strange, but the bars were there. I just don't think it was enough of it to get Joey out of here.
No.
And then when Joey came back with My Town and brought Lux outside, I was like, all right, well.
Well, Joey knows in these days, like, rappers need to understand that the majority of the people listening to this aren't going to decipher everything immediately. And it's about what happened right now. If you got a big record, a big moment, some memorable bars, people are going to go with that. If I got to dissect it and come back to it 5 times, that's not what these type of mainstream battles are about.
Yes. But yeah, I thought it was a very smart ploy, if you want to call it that, to come back and go, well, wait a minute. You shooting for me. You still ain't responded to Lux. Here's Lux. And Lux then proceeded to bar everybody up in one verse. And I was like, oh, no. New York may be back, man. I'm not a New Yorker. I don't subscribe to a lot of this, but when that song hit, I was like, New York may be back, dog. Yeah. I don't know. Because that was a moment.
At the time, the Knicks weren't down 0-2 to the Indiana Pacers, and they were very up. But getting Loaded Lux on the track, I've been trying to equate it to something, and I can't. It's like you're in a battle with a battle rapper, one of the best in the game in Daylight. Like you're locked in it with him, and he's talking all this stuff, and you do a song with the guy that he has loads of history with. They've been talking about he's been ducking this guy, and like arguably the greatest that's ever done battle rap on a stage, like the greatest face-to-face bar for bar rapper maybe in history is Loaded Lux, and you got him on a song to talk shit. It's crazy.
You know what it reminded me of in wrestling terms? It reminded me of sitting there at All Out 2021 and thinking, oh, this is great. Joey's back outside. In this comparison, Adam Cole is out of the Fed. He's over here. He's back. He's back with the Elite. And this is it. Like, this is about as good as it's gonna get. He's defending the coast by himself. And then all of a sudden we hear dun 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 dun. I was like, yo, all right. Lux is here. This is different, bro. The Lux pop is different.
I was essentially trying to figure out a way to equate it to Bryan Danielson, because that's pretty much what Loaded Lux is to battle rap, and you just did it. That's pretty much it. It's like you living in this moment. You're like, Joey is doing fine by us. Like if All Out would have ended with Adam Cole, Phil, it would have been hot. Like people would have been like, yeah, we're great. But then you add in Bryan Danielson, you're like, oh, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen of all time. Joey was cooking before that. Then Lux gets on here, and you're like, all right, throwing the towel, maybe everybody.
Yeah. I kind of felt like Mickey Fax was exaggerating a little bit when he was like it was over at that moment, but it kind of was. It was kind of over after my town.
For Daylight, for sure.
Yeah, it was kind of over. Ravon dropped Goldeneye that night, and I was like, I really liked the first Ravon record, and I was kind of annoyed that people were on his neck and saying that first record was trash, because I didn't agree. I thought the first response he put out was good. The second one, I didn't really care for it. I felt like he was copping a lot of pleas on there. I felt like he was
Diddy bars.
The Diddy bars. He unloaded the clip on the Diddy bars, and I don't think they really landed like that. Then, it just some of the other excuses, like, "Hey, I've been out for 5 years. COVID was the only thing to stop me." I was like, "All right, dog. COVID. That's your excuse for not blowing before now? Is COVID?" Probably come on, dog. We're still running with the you don't have hits, dog. Stop.
Definitely not the one. Definitely not the one. When Joey essentially made first of all, you got to start with what's a hit. Who's considered? What kind of hits are we talking about? Because we're talking about a gazillion records. Ain't none of y'all got hits around here that are talking that mess. But the fact that Joey responded with the Lux track, what I think is like a hit record, is very funny and kind of ironic in the whole thing.
Well, I think the irony of it is Ray wasn't the only one that said he didn't have hits, and so all of these guys were doing it. And I was like, but his songs in this battle are better than your songs.
Better. Like right now in this moment, Joey's making better music.
His music is better than yours, and he's proven why he's a bigger star at this very moment. Right. And the whole angle of, oh, you went away, now you want some motion, bro. He had motion. He was on TV. If you want to say he didn't have motion in music, that's one thing. But bro, the guy was on a hit TV show. It's still on a hit TV show. You can't say, oh, you've been missing. Dog, all of y'all trying to get y'all unique bars off. Y'all know where he been at. Like, don't play that game.
And the best part is, why does he have the role? You can't get the role without motion. Then you have the role, get more motion, and like those angles are like. But you guys like that show. I don't understand why you guys keep saying that.
And he's a great actor. It's not like he just went away and did some acting as the side thing. He didn't really go
good
over
at
and
do some straight to DVD, straight to Tubi things. Like now he's on a good show that you guys all watch every week.
Been on 2 great shows. He was on Mr. Robot before this. No, bro. Like y'all trying to make his acting career seem like it's this like little side mission he had to do because his music flopped. That's not what happened, dog. Like that's not what happened. And so yeah, nah. Once he dropped My Town and then the Ray record came out, I was like, yeah, I don't know, dog. And then he spun the block the next day. I was like, oh yeah, it's over. Because dog, Crash Dummy might be my favorite record he dropped out all of this, because that hook is extremely catchy. The rebuttals he had on there, I was like, yeah, it's over with.
Yeah. It's funny because all these guys are talking about rap, but like I felt like Ray and Daylight didn't just rap. They kept trying to go with this. Kendrick started this. Let's dissect him. Let's try to come from all these different angles. Let's tear his character down thing. And it's like, just
like
rap, man. Like there was a couple of I want to give it up to Reason, of course, who inserted himself and spit some very dope raps, and Danny Myers, who came through over New York State of Mind, that I thought was really dope and kind of the rebuttal to Lux, who they just rapped. And it's like that was the way to contend with Joey, is just rapping, but they tried to do this character thing, and like nobody cared about that because Joey isn't, it hasn't been dirt on Joey's name, and we're not looking for dirt for in this. We weren't like, I hope they expose Joey. Like that wasn't the goal of this, you know.
I said this multiple times now, but I love that they kept trying to do that, you know, bring up his fiance, bring up the Diddy angle and all this other stuff. And he just was like, nope, I'm keeping it rap. I'm not doing none of that with y'all. I'm just going to rap. And I think that's also part of why he won. Yeah, they like trying to do that allusion to suicide on the first record. I don't think that was a good look. And then
I didn't like it.
Trying to go the Eminem route with I Split Your Girl in Half at the end of the second song. I didn't like it at all. Hated it. I didn't like that either. But yeah, I agree. I think Reason, he dropped a record I really liked. Kai Cash, he dropped a record I really liked as well.
Super dope record. Like that was like, these guys are just rapping, and that's what it should be about, you know?
Yeah, but nah. Joey coming back with that rebuttal of, nah, man, you think you got dirt on me because I buried you? Nah, I was like, oh, that's just that line in itself is like, yeah, get this out of here. Or him going, yeah, I was at the Diddy party. I saw Top there. Yeah, enough. You can't come back with the Diddy angle after that. Your boss was there.
They're just, when Rayvon started going off with that, I'm like, they're just, if you're doing this, you got to make this song has to be 3 hours long, because like every rapper in the world has been at the Diddy parties at this point, and they're all saying it.
And it's not like we've seen anything with Joey that suspect. What he was cool with Diddy, a lot of guys were cool with Diddy.
That's what I'm saying. If we're doing cool with Diddy, then this is wrap the game up, because the guy that Joey's going at, there's cool with Diddy videos and pictures on the internet.
Hella cool with
that
Diddy,
exists. So, and
he
all like
Diddy, bro.
Hella rappers that I like mention him, talk about him, saying they wanted to be him. Like, come on, bro. If we're doing that, then it's a long laundry list of people.
Yeah, and I think, and I said this last week, the thing that Rayvon never really got past was the allegation that, oh, you're just trying to be like the guy I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. I'm talking to that guy. I'm not talking to the guy that's trying to be his Rock Lee.
Mm-hmm.
Like, hey, it's cool. Like, I get you idolize him, but you trying to come out and make a song like him and then trying to do your version of Meet the Grams, like, no, that ain't gonna get me out of here. All that proves to me is that you're a dick rider.
Yeah.
Which I've said from the beginning. Mm-hmm. So, no. To
come out and be like, it's Kendrick though. What you mean? I'm like, nah, that's not really I probably wouldn't take that angle on it.
I will also rebuttal again and say that some of this y'all yelling, he don't have to respond to him. And Kenny is behind this door over here. Who are you to even speak to Kenny? Y'all sound crazy. Some of the rappers that are saying it particularly sound crazy because that's just not how the game works. Mm-hmm. All of this, he's not the level of star to speak to Kenny. Dog, that's stuff that Drake fans would say.
Mm-hmm.
Why are y'all now saying that?
Right.
You can't do that. Like, if your guy is like, I'm trying to kill this vibe that hip hop was this for these years and bring back competitive sport to this. Nah, it don't matter what level this guy is. It don't matter the stardom. No, I'm shooting.
I still think levels matter. Like, but I still think at the totality that it wasn't enough. I liked it. I think he got those guys out of here, but I still don't think he can get in the ring with Kendrick.
But still, context still, this guy, the guy that we're talking about, Kendrick Lamar, has done this since his entire career.
Mm-hmm.
When before he blew up, when he came out with Section 80, he was shooting at everybody. He was shooting at Hove. He was shooting at 50. Everybody.
And none of them responded, is what I'm saying.
When he came with the control verse, he was shooting
and then a bunch of them responded.
But
he was on a different level by then.
But my point in saying that is when people are like, who are you to even talk to Kenny? Dog, this is rap.
Oh, yeah, no, I don't agree with that part. Like, I think he could keep talking to him, but I don't think Kendrick should respond to him. That's what I'm saying. I think there's the world he exists in the world that can do this. That could be like, yeah, Kendrick, let's get in the ring. But I don't think Kendrick should get in the ring with them.
Yeah.
Is the difference.
I don't know.
And man. I still think Big Sean's a better rapper than him. But I hear you. I hear you. I think bar for bar, Big Sean beats him. Yeah, I do.
I don't agree. Mm-hmm. I agree.
I think if they got in the ring, I think Big Sean got him.
I don't think Sean want to get in the ring with nobody.
I don't think he has to. I don't think he has to. I don't think that's his lane. As you can see, every time it's time to do it, he's like, see you guys later.
I don't know, man.
That's what J. Cole said on stage, but he don't say it.
All of this, you don't have to come to the table when people rap to you thing. Y'all people keep trying to change the rules, man. I don't know. I don't think you can do that.
There's certain levels to this, and there's certain ways to go about this.
People keep trying to change the rules of engagement to hip hop, man, and that's a newfangled thing. I don't know how that works. Some people got to respond, and some people don't. That's why I thought it was crazy.
This is a new thing, though, you know.
Well, here's what I thought was funny in just this battle. All these people like, well, he not gonna respond to AZ. He not gonna respond. Bro, y'all are telling me Kendrick don't have to respond to him. So why does he have to respond to all of Kendrick's underlings?
Yeah, no, I hear you.
what are we on, bro?
Yeah, some of the stuff is like, no, I don't think he has to respond to that guy at all. Like, I think what he did was enough.
Yeah,
because there's like AZ and Joey's are like what, you know what I mean? There's levels to that, even, you know.
Yeah, I know people are saying they don't think he needs to. I do think Kendrick's going to respond to him at this point.
I think he's going to.
I'm not sure when, but I do think he's going to respond to him.
I think he's probably going to wait until this tour cools down a little bit because it's pretty cooking. I'm sure he's very busy.
Yeah, I'm sure he is too, but
super busy.
I'm sure he is too, but like I said, man, we're not gonna change the rules of engagement to this
because
this guy's a big star now, and people want to act like,
different though.
Well, absolutely.
If this was a guy that he needed to rap against, he would do it. Like, he'd make the time. I don't think he needs to make the time, is what I'm saying. Like, if J. Cole was like, all right, I'm back out here, blah, 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 get out there.
Yeah, so he got to respond to Cole now, but he don't have to respond to Joey?
Yeah.
Dog. All right.
Yeah.
Joey been shooting at this guy for weeks.
It's not about shooting. I'm saying that he
can't Cole waved the white flag and went home and started going back to making his album. But now if he came out tomorrow and was like, hey, Dot, what's up? He got to respond to him now?
Because he can rap with him. It's levels. That's it. Joey cannot rap with Kendrick Lamar. He can rap, but he can't rap with Kendrick Lamar. There's levels. It's fine. It's okay.
I don't know. Like I said, rules of engagement that are being changed here. That's
fine.
I don't know, man.
Like, I think Kendrick is going to come out and give him the same thing that he gave AZ. Is like, here's this one bar. See you later, dude. And people probably like, see you later.
He probably will. But like I said before, if you're going to come out and say that, not just that anybody that mentions my name, I'll pop out on you, but also I'm the king of New York. Dog, you know how offended anybody from this city would be if you're like, nah, I run the Midwest. I run Chicago. And anybody else that come out and respond to him, and he goes, I won't have to respond to none of you losers. After you did that?
It's been a long time. That shit happened in like 2013.
I'm just saying, though. He did say that.
He said it.
And he's been saying it.
But what, like, Joey's responding fucking 12 years later?
No, I'm saying that if you're gonna say that, then when there was nobody in the East Coast that was willing to really pop out, and then when somebody from the East Coast pops out at you, oh well, I don't have to respond to you guys now.
He does. Like, okay, Kendrick Lamar killed the biggest rapper in the world. He's dead. You're good. You don't have to prove anything to anybody. What does he have to prove to anybody?
So
now?
he never has to.
Rapper in the
So
world.
he never has to respond to anybody again. Is that what you're saying?
He doesn't have to if he doesn't want to. If he doesn't need to.
I
feel like
do
he
not
did
agree,
it,
bro.
dude. He's dead. Like if Hove came, like if the biggest dogs in the world came out and said something, yeah. But like Joey Badass,
bro,
I'm on tour doing the biggest hip hop tour of all time. I'm good here.
I saw
I killed the biggest rapper. Why do I need to kill anybody else right now?
I saw FD Signifier say this, and this is on point with what I mean, and I'm gonna move on. When Hove was at the top of the game, when Hove was Hove, he made time to respond to Max B and Jim Jones. And we talking about levels here, dog. Those two guys are not close to his level. It's just the fact of watch your mouth when you talking about me. If this is rapping, we rapping. Like I said, if you're gonna come out and be like, don't
respond to after he killed Hove. Like who was Nas
he
battling?
responded to hella dudes. What do you mean?
Like I meant like immediately after, and like the 2 years after he killed Hove, he wasn't battling nobody. He killed Hove. He was taking his victory.
It didn't matter that he wasn't battling dudes. He responded to hella dudes after that.
Not
what do you mean?
Not in those 2 years after that.
He
wasn't
did.
focused on that.
I'm just saying that this whole idea that now that this guy has gotten Drake out of here, he don't have to respond to nobody. I don't.
Not
agree
right
with that.
now. I'm saying he's in his victory. Can he take his victory lap still? He's still living in it. Not like us. It's still a
that ain't the game.
It's
that ain't
still
the game.
a hit song right now.
That ain't the game. You know that, dog. You know
but
that's
it can
not how
be
the game.
That is the game right now when it's like this with the biggest superstars in the world. Like it's not the game for like guys on Joey Badass's level, but guys on Kendrick Lamar level is different.
That's what I'm saying, dog. This is also, I thought FD Signifier made a great point with this as well. Mm-hmm. You can't be a part of the crowd with Kendrick fans saying, let's get corporate rap out of here. Let's get numbers talk and all this stuff out of here. When it's Drake, and when Drake's at the top of the game, he's too big for all of you guys to matter. But now when he's at the top of the game, he's too big for any of you smaller dudes under him to matter. Like I said last week, there's some hypocrisy there.
Like
man.
I was saying,
wild hypocrisy there.
Like I was saying last week, does Joey Badass challenge for a crown or does he have a crown? What does he do?
Not about a crown,
it is about, because that's what the Drake and Kendrick thing was about.
But
Drake was like, I have to respond to this guy because he's coming for my crown. Joey's not coming for anything for Kendrick. Like he's not coming for the crown. He's not coming for the #1 rapper. He's not coming for anything. There's no stakes here.
Well, two things. I don't think it was just coming for the crown with Drake. I think it was also that Kendrick just did not like this dude. That's just one.
Of course, there's some extra stuff on it.
And two, you're acting like every single person that got into a battle in rap, anybody that dissed anybody, it was because they wanted their spot. That's just not true. That's just not how this has been.
That is what it is.
No, it hasn't.
Yeah. This is about spots. Nas and Hove was about spots. Hove was mad because Nas was that guy, and he was like, "No, I'm that guy." Spots. It's all about spots.
But it was extra stuff with that too.
But still, the crux of it, the meaning of it was, I'm the best New York rapper. That's what
I'm the best New York rapper. I'm the guy, and I think you're kind of trash. Spots. And on top of that, I fucked your girl, and so I'm on this high horse now that I think I'm above you because I fucked your girl. But that's not that. Like that's why I'm saying it's not just about the spot. But even regardless, like I said, it doesn't matter if Kenny has anything to gain from beating this guy in a battle. Like I said, that ain't what he said. This guy said, if you say Candyman, I'm popping out on you. That's not what it ain't. Hey, if you're the king of New York, or if you are the best rapper in the world, then I'm gonna pop on you. He said, bro, if you say Candyman, I'm popping out on you. Don't play with my name. That's what he said.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. He did. But it was a different time and it was a different thing. And still, levels. That was in 2013. He's a superstar rapper now and loads better as a rapper when it comes to bars than Joey Badass. I'm not talking about numbers, not talking about none of that. The crux of it again, if they go bar for bar, Joey Badass cannot compete. They're not the same level of
then
rapper.
What's the issue with responding then?
Because why?
It does, but that's why I'm like, it doesn't matter. You think Hov was sitting worried about some of the small dudes that responded to him? No, he got some bars off at them and got them up out of here.
We're talking about the most petty rapper of all time. It's like a difference.
Kendrick not petty?
It's a different level of petty. There's different levels. Again,
Bro.
levels.
Bro. Eminem has fried anybody that said his name, bro. That guy dedicated effort to frying Benzino, and then we talking about levels.
Different, because he's a different level of guy. Kendrick Lamar and Eminem are different levels of rappers. They don't do like Eminem came out the gate battle rapping. He's a battle rapper. He's this guy had his songs for Mariah Carey, dude. Like there's it's different. Kendrick's not gonna make a diss song to like that. You know what I mean? It's
no. I think again. I think there's some hypocrisy here, and I think that there is rules being changed for Kendrick. That if the same thing was being said otherwise, y'all would be like, "This is crazy. You can't do that."
Now, if if Joey was going at Drake, I'd say the same thing for Drake. I wouldn't be like, "Hey, Drake, you gotta go get Joey."
I don't believe that at all.
I do. I'm saying for me.
You're saying that.
Everybody.
You're saying that, but I absolutely believe right now. You're telling me right now, if Joey switched up and started throwing some bars at Drake, you're telling me that Kendrick fans wouldn't be clowning Drake for not responding?
That's Kendrick fans are what I'm talking about for me. All of this is for me. I'm not talking about for Kendrick fans. I'm not talking about for nobody on the internet. All of this is me talking.
I'm just telling you. That sounds crazy.
That
sounds crazy.
That's all I'm saying. Just me. It's just levels.
I feel you, but like I said, great raps this week. It was great to see some music come out, but I don't know, man.
And it sparks this. That's like I love this is amazing for me.
I just feel like people have now put Kendrick on this pedestal, and it's what I feared was going to happen. Because this happens when anybody gets big to the level that this guy is. It's like, how dare you even mention this kind of person in his category and all of this? I'm just like, all right, man. I don't want to do none of that. the guy's great. He makes great music.
That's it.
The guy's great. Makes great music. But when it comes to this guy telling you he's bringing back the competitiveness to hip hop, you can't say that out of one side of your mouth and then be like, I ain't got to respond to nobody.
Not to Joey.
All right. If not Joey, there's nobody left for him to respond to then. You're telling me he don't have to respond to nobody then.
I didn't say that. I just said not Joey.
But that's what I'm saying. If not Joey, there is Drake. There's Drake, and then there's other people on that level. There's nobody else.
Exactly. You're hearing me now.
Like I just said, you're saying
see what he's doing now.
No. Let me finish. So, like I said, you're saying then that he don't have to respond to nobody.
He does. Yeah, exactly. No, he does. I'm saying, but I just said if J. Cole was like, "Let's go," then he's responding to J. Cole. There's a certain number of rappers. It's very small now that he has to come and really get into the ring with. Is what I'm saying. There's not nobody. But there's not a long list.
But and here's the thing, and I'll move on. You know Cole's not going to do that.
Yeah, no, exactly.
But that's to my point. You guys know Cole is not going to do that.
Because he doesn't need to. He's out. It's over.
Cole don't need to do that.
He killed him already. He's dead. He made him apologize on stage, and he didn't even say anything to him.
But that's to my point. Cole don't need to do that. Cole's reputation ain't in the shredder right now. If he wanted to come out and say something, he could.
He needs to do that, but he's not going to.
But that's what. So where I'm going with this is Cole has a lot to gain from responding, but because of who Cole is and what we've seen from him, you know he's not going to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So saying he has to respond to Cole is a moot point. That's not going to happen. That's a scenario that's not going to happen.
And again, it's all based off bars. Who's barring and barring. Joey is not competing. That's it. That's all.
Again,
that's where I'm going to end.
We've seen a lot of rappers that are above the level of just anybody respond to some dudes that are not in the conversation with their pen. We've seen that happen multiple times.
Yeah, we live in a different day
Again,
and age.
Eminem fried Benzino. Benzino ain't close to this dude. Not even a little bit.
And there were probably hella people back then saying, "Why are you doing this, Eminem?"
No, they weren't. No,
Yeah.
they weren't. They were like, he is destroying this dude. They were like, he destroying this dude, and this is why you don't rap to this guy.
Yeah, that was his thing. That's not Kendrick's thing.
Yes.
It's Kendrick's thing for Drake and all that, but his career isn't based off of being a battle.
It's
guy.
not his thing. It's not his thing, dog.
It's not based off being a battle. In totality, it's not like Kendrick's a battle guy.
Two of the biggest moments of this guy's career are based on him calling people out and responding to them.
Yeah, those are moments though, but in totality, as an artist, he wouldn't be like, "I'm this battle guy."
But those two moments are battle moments. What do you mean?
In moments in his career, but he wouldn't be like, "I'm a battle rap guy. I'm a guy that's always doing this."
Dog.
He did that to kill the biggest rapper, and he did.
Dog. The biggest moment of his career from this point on is going to be out rapping Drake. That makes him a battle guy.
No, it
once you put your once you put your glove out there and you've done that, one of the biggest moments of his career is this battle with Drake. You can't then go, hey, he did that and beat the best battle rapper in the world. He beat the best rapper of this era, or one of the best rappers of this era, and he's not a battler. What?
He's not. That's not what that wouldn't define his career as a battle rapper. He killed the biggest rapper, yeah, and moments in his career like killed the biggest rapper, but I wouldn't say he's that defines Kendrick Lamar. People would say that because they live in big moments in totality, but that doesn't define who Kendrick Lamar is.
But dog, the moments that I feel like are defining moments for him are that and the Control verse.
So what about like To Pimp a Butterfly and Section 80 and Damn? What about like the records? Where do they land?
Dog. The world,
because like I like those things, but what I like about Kendrick Lamar is what I just named.
Yes, but when you say that battling doesn't define his career, there's a big part of what people are currently doing in hip hop that is influenced by that Control verse.
Definitely. Yeah.
But and when I say like that is a defining moment in his career, it's not just like, okay, that was a big moment. That Control verse is still one of the most influential verses of the past 10 years.
Definitely.
And that's because of him coming out there and sending out the bat signal of, hey, anybody that called my name, I will respond to you. You can't then say that and go, all right, well, he's not a battler. What?
You're not.
That is crazy. Dog.
What about the other stuff though? You're like that takes away from everything else though. If you're saying like that's him, like yeah, I know a lot of people are like in right now in this moment and all this, what he did to Drake, yeah, but what about the other stuff?
All the other stuff makes him who he is, but I'm just saying when you say that he's not a battle guy like M is, he's been telling you I'm that guy though.
But he's not like Eminem is. Eminem's like been on stage battled a bunch of folks different.
That's semantics though. You arguing specifics.
It's different though. It's a different level though.
That's semantics though, dog. That is semantics. He is telling you, I am in the ring. He been saying that for fucking 10 years. I don't want to hear I'm in the ring, but I'm not a fighter.
But how many times has he been in the ring though? I'm asking you.
We got sleepers, dog. Hey, we got sleepers, dog.
I'm asking you. I keep hearing what you're saying.
Dog.
I'm hearing you. How many times has he been in the ring?
Dog. The biggest dog.
How many times has he been in the ring? That's what I'm saying.
How many times he's been in the ring? It don't matter. The biggest goddamn fight in rap history, he was in the ring.
And he won. So it's over.
That's what I'm saying.
More? He did it. He's the king.
Yeah, hey man. All right.
He chopped his head off. He's sitting on the crown.
No,
how many times else has he done this? Though?
I'll chop your head off if I feel like it. Just say that part. If I feel like it. If I feel like it.
He's not in the ring all the time. Like he doesn't have like, and he battled this guy, and he battled this guy, and he battled this like one gigantic battle. But the other stuff,
I'll chop your head off if I feel like it. I'll be Candyman if I feel like it. I'll be the boogeyman when I feel like it. Just say that part. Just add an asterisk to it then.
You can. It's rap, dog. He can't say that. He can't say
that. Add an asterisk to it then.
That's how rap works.
Bro. At some point, you got to admit you cop and plead for this dude, dog. I'm sorry, but you are cop and plead for this dude, man. I'm sorry, bro. Like, God, man. Now all of a sudden he's not a battler. Like, what are we doing, bro?
I'm not saying that doesn't define his career. That doesn't define his career, though. That's it. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying that doesn't define his career.
As
a longtime Kendrick Lamar fan, I'm not. When I think of Kendrick Lamar,
as a longtime Kendrick Lamar fan, you know better than that.
No, I'm not.
He's been calling dudes names his whole career.
Again, though, how many of them has he fucking rapped against? How many of them? And how many of them has he rapped against? I'm saying though. I'm saying, like, if he's this crazy battler, he'd have this long list of people that he's battled against, and he ain't battled against nobody but fucking Drake. That's all I'm saying.
You want to know something that's funny about you saying that? That's my point. That's my point. Don't do that and say I don't have to respond to nobody. Don't call all these people's names and be like, I ain't got to respond to nobody. That's my fucking point. I only got to battle Drake because I don't like this dude.
And
if anybody else, I ain't got to respond to these dudes because who are you? Hey, man, like I said, y'all got it on that. I'm not arguing that with nobody else. I think y'all are giving this dude way more grace than y'all would give anybody else, bro. Like anybody else that did that, bro, y'all would get them the fuck out of here, bro. Like dead serious, man.
Again, there's levels, but okay, let's move forward.
Dog, I ain't trying to hear that level shit no more, dog. I think that is a fucking excuse. That is a fucking excuse.
All right.
It is.
It's not.
Dog,
we're looking at it from two different angles. That's all.
We're not, dog. I'm just telling you.
We are.
I'm just telling you
angles because I'm looking at it from a completely different place than you are. I can hear it in what you're saying.
I'm just telling you when you say anybody. And
you keep going back to that. There isn't anybody. There is the asterisk that you're talking about. When you're saying he should have put an asterisk, it was there, but this is rap. He can't be like, but not you, because it's rap. He has to say everybody. But how many of those fools has he got in the ring with? None. This was all for Drake. This was he's a battle rapper when it comes to fucking Aubrey Graham, and that's it.
But that's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm saying. Don't do the antics no more. I don't want to hear no more about Candyman. I don't want to hear no more about Control Versus. I don't want to hear no more of that shit. Don't do no more of, hey, if I rap, y'all got to, if you say my name, you got to see me no more. Because it ain't that. It ain't that then. That's all I'm saying.
And we're like, he hasn't even, like, he still has time to respond to Joe. We're just going off what I'm saying. They could still be a diss. We're going off what I'm saying here.
Okay. So if he responds to him, then what? Then are you going to be like, oh, well, he didn't owe him response?
Yes.
Okay.
It's never going to change.
Okay. All right.
This is me. You keep saying Kendrick fans and them and them. This is all me talking. This is all from me. I'm not talking for nobody. I'm not doing any. I'm not representing for Kendrick fans. I'm talking for me.
I just think, like I said, these are rules being made for Kendrick, Duckworth, Lamar that wouldn't be made for nobody else. That's all.
You can say that. That's fair.
That's all. Because you as a hip hop fan know that's not how this goes. You know that's not how this goes.
That's fair. Again, that's fair. I'm just talking about for me.
Like I guess that's where I'm sticking at it with, and that's where I'm leaving it. I just go as hip hop, what this thing was supposed to be, and dudes just showing up in ciphers. When a dude showed up in a cipher at a park and it's just a bunch of people in there, it don't matter if I know I can rap better than that dude. We in a battle, bro. We in a cipher. That's what this thing was built off of, bro. We didn't turn this into, oh, it's commercial. I'm a bigger star than you. I'm on a different level than you, so I never have to respond to you. Hey, what is that, dog? Like, that ain't hip hop.
I'm not talking about superstar level. I'm talking about bars level.
Again, that don't
bars,
matter. That does not matter.
To me, it matters. To me, it matters.
It don't matter, dog.
It does. Again, that's what I'm saying. We're looking at this from different perspectives, and that's okay.
Dog,
different perspectives.
When I don't care what you do, it's not just hip hop. And again, we'll move on. I don't care what you do. If you step in any arena and say, I am the best at this, somebody is going to come out the woodworks and challenge you and go, I'm better than you. It don't matter if you think you're better than him. Again, if that's what it is, then rap. That's all. If he ain't on your level, then rap. Show us that.
Why would you rap with somebody that's not on your level, though?
Dog, again, that's never been what this is about.
Yes, it has.
Ever.
It has.
No, it hasn't. I just gave you an example of how I've never been that, dog.
And Hove and Eminem, yeah, they are the exceptions. They are the rare exceptions. Two of the GOATs. They are the rare exceptions. Rare.
We're not talking about that, though. Like I said, I gave you small examples. I gave you all examples around the board. That's why I'm like, you just don't want to concede that point.
No, because I told you who else did Kendrick go at, and you never gave me anybody because it's not about, like he said that, but again, there is that asterisk on there, like he was saying. I'm talking about everybody, but I'm not talking about everybody. I'm talking about you, Drake, and that's where it landed. And that's what he did. But let's please move forward.
Okay. I don't ever want to hear no more.
I'm talking to Kendrick. You can't say that because you're talking to me.
I don't want to hear no more Candyman, Boogeyman shit.
You can't say that, though, because I'm saying this. Kendrick is not saying this. I'm saying this.
I'm just saying that I just think this is a thing. And again,
he still has time to respond.
And again, I mean, this ain't just a Kendrick thing, but you can't talk out of both sides of your mouth, dog. You can't be like, I'm this guy, but then also I ain't got to respond to nobody. Let's go.
But that's not what's happening. I'm saying this, though. You're saying, like, I can't, Kendrick better not say.
But you're saying that on his behalf. But you're saying that on his behalf.
I can't talk on his behalf. I'm Righteous Reg, some fool.
But
how am I talking on his? Again, I'm talking for me, Phil. I'm not talking for nobody. I can't talk on Kendrick Lamar's behalf. I don't know him. I'm talking for me. Not for Kendrick Lamar fans, not for everybody on the internet. I don't know nobody. I'm talking for Righteous Reg right now, for me. M.E. So if Kendrick comes out tomorrow with the Joey diss, yeah, and he's like, if he does everything but the opposite of what I'm saying, it's for him. I'm saying for me.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Okay.
Let's please move forward.
I'm just sitting here.
Grapsody, submit your super chats, submit your humper chats. We get a bigger cut of the humper chats if you send them. Super chats get read, clicked on and read on the air. Humper chats also get read on the air. So if you want to support your boys in a major way, definitely submit your super and humper chats.
Okay. Do you need me to pull up the super chats?
Yeah, I'm still logged out of StreamYard. I need to tell SRS I'm saying it on air, so I remember. First super chat of the day is gonna come from. I think you started a little bit lower than.
No, it's top one.
That's the top one. Bragov says, also, thank you guys for being really positive and entertaining presence in wrestling media. Appreciate you guys for keeping it real and honest. Appreciate you, Bragov. Longtime supporter of the podcast. Van Twin Blaze says, "Yo, you nerds! I was able to get all of DBZ Kai on DVD for just $7 because the library was selling off stuff to make room for new stuff. Double or Nothing is soon as in tomorrow." What's DBZ Kai?
Oh, it's like a version of Dragon Ball Z without the filler. I was trying to figure out a way to describe it for fans outside of anime. It's like because anime like notoriously has long seasons with like all these filler episodes. So
right, because like, Dragon Ball Z will be like 100.
Yeah, it's like
a season, right?
It's like a condensed version of Dragon Ball Z.
Oh, okay. So just like all the shits instead of like the build up to the shits.
Oh boy. Hold on. Okay. Oh no, I threw that one up. Oh,
yeah, that's one I just read. Appreciate you, man. To Blade. Busby, the respected madman says none of Joey's diss records hold a candle to Euphoria. I like Joey's, but Kendrick's pen is on another level. Just saying.
That don't matter. That's all I'm gonna say. That don't matter. That does not matter. Who?
I don't like the Euphoria thing. I don't think that's who. Really
Busby. Who out of any of these dudes that responded to Joey deserved a response on the level of Euphoria? The Euphoria is a nuke to take down one of the biggest dudes in this thing. None of those dudes are on that level. He don't owe none of them dudes a Euphoria worthy song. This is why I'm like, some of y'all got this whole idea of battle rapping and what this is supposed to be fucked up based on this Kendrick and Drake battle. That's not what this is supposed to be, dog. You're not supposed to come out straight with your big joker for all of these little dudes, dog.
No. He would have to do Euphoria for Kendrick, not for those guys.
Dog, yeah, exactly. Like if it's Kendrick, like yeah, but he's not putting out Euphoria for Ray Vaughn, dog. What are we talking about, man?
No, like like no, that doesn't even add up. Leonard Ernst III said, "What Kendrick established with what he did to certify pedo was simple. Don't make me make time for you. Joey don't want what he's asking Dot for."
It's different. It's different. It's a different scenario. Like I said, don't make me make time for you when I don't like you. Is the context there.
Yeah.
And the history behind it is I don't want to have to make time to say all of these things out loud for you based off our history together that other people don't know. If it's just a battle, then like I said, you should be making time for dudes if you're saying that you want that.
Kendrick was saying, "Don't make me make time because you don't want me to expose this shit." Essentially,
exactly. That's different. It's it's different.
Yeah. Tony P says, "Reg is battling hard for Ken and West Coast." LOL. Well, the West Coast is down. Like Joey put a thing in LA's back.
They're not.
No, they're not. Totally
I think that he won that, but I wouldn't say the West Coast is down. I would say, if anything, the way that so many artists responded and the way that so many artists are putting out music around kind of this renaissance with Kendrick says that the West Coast is up.
Yep.
I don't think they're down at all.
I don't think so either. The way that the guys kind of came together and to represent for the coast, I think is dope. And I think in all of this, we talked about it a few times on this pod, regional music being back, Phil, and just like everybody representing for where they come from feels good because they're making people. West Coast is getting a lot of hate because we have a sound like that YG song that came out yesterday. And I saw a lot of people being like, I just can't get it. It's like such a West Coast sound, but like just doing regional music, I think is dope. Grapple Geeker says, "I like watching my parents fight on Grapsody today."
I don't know. I'll never get with this idea that he don't have to respond. Nope. I'll never get with it.
Brian Anthony Rivers says, "IV4 SRS emails you guys to cut it out with the rap." Yeah, never.
Why would he do that?
Yeah, that'd be crazy. Could you imagine, Phil?
Yeah, I was gonna say something that would have been funny to me. Other people might not have thought it funny.
Hosei Day says, Reg, you can't say Dot has to say everyone just because that's what rap is, but saying that your rap is fraudulent. But saying you're saying rap is fraudulent. By saying that, you're saying rap is fraudulent. It is.
I mean, a big part of rap is fraudulent, but at the same time, that's why I'm saying I just no. I made my point. I won't reiterate it.
Yeah, see, I think there's some screen all the way at the top. I think there's a Grapple Geekery.
It's not there.
tab?
When I go all the way to the top, it's just the Brigade one.
Huh. I can read it, but I can't click on it. Grapple Geekery, so I'll read it for you. Grapple Geekery said, "Did you read my chat stream disappeared?" It says Grapple Geekery says, "First day of week-long staycation, and glad to be here with you gentlemen. Looking forward to the AEW pay-per-view, specifically the Owen and women's title match."
Yeah,
I think there's some really good stuff happening tomorrow. We're definitely going to get into it, and I hope that your staycation is lit. I hope you got some dope snacks. I hope that if you have vices, you have those things too. But definitely enjoy yourself. And then the other one before that was Bragab, who said, "Happy Grapsody Day. I turned 31 on Sunday, and AEW gave me a great birthday gift with Double or Nothing. Times are tough, but I wanted to super chat just to support y'all." Really appreciate that, Bragab. Really appreciate anybody that could submit anything. $1, $20. Y'all are amazing. You do not have to, and we're so grateful for that. Thank you, guys. Deontay Soigné says, "Happy Double or Nothing weekend, everyone. NXT and Saturday night main event. Lots of Joshi wrestling this weekend. Birthday weekend for me is paid for. Beach time. It's pay-per-view time. Sunday. All love." Deontay, happy birthday, first of all. Hope that it's an amazing one. You got some great wrestling to watch. I know you like to watch a dumb amount of wrestling, and you will have a richness of it this weekend. So I hope that you get to watch some of it on the beach and have a great time.
Yeah, happy birthday, bro. Hopefully having a good one. When you said paid for, I was like, no, why wouldn't it be paid for? It's currently going on. Like, what? You're in the midst of it, so I hope it's paid for.
And it's paid for. He's like, none of this is paid for.
No, I'm not delinquent on none of this. Like, they can't come to me with a bill. Like, you got to pay this. It's already paid for.
Hey, sometimes it be like that. I've definitely been on some it ain't paid for trips.
I was just wondering, man. Like,
I've been like, this is not paid for. What am I don't know what I'm doing here. Honey Drip says, "Hey, Phil and Reg, hope you're having a great day and you enjoying this weekend of pro wrestling. Just sending love and positive vibes." Appreciate that.
Appreciate you.
Oh,
okay. Deontay saying I meant the pay-per-view.
Oh, that makes a lot more sense. And it's paid for. The pay-per-view, the AEW pay-per-view stuff's got people kind of confused this weekend too, Phil.
The Triller thing is weird. I don't know what to make of that. Like, yeah.
We're gonna need to figure that out.
Yeah.
Busby says, "Also, New York isn't up. They down 2 games."
Yeah, that I did not expect to come in here to people trying to shame Shai Gilgeous-Alexander for the way he plays basketball.
What happened?
That was kind of crazy. I think
is it because he won the trophy? Because I was like, I feel like 3 weeks ago people were not talking about him.
I mean, people were calling him a foul merchant all season.
Okay.
But I think it amplified with him beating teams, and it's becoming very clear to me that he's going to the finals. And I think it's becoming more clear to other people. And so I think, he's going to the championship playing like this. And it's like, guys, a lot of your faves do this, and they have gotten away with it.
He is not the first one to do this. He learned this from somebody.
We want to get into who he learned it from?
I'm saying,
Because we can get into that.
he learned it from somebody, dog. He ain't just start doing this out of nowhere.
But when the top scorers in the league are flopping, what do you expect him to do? Like all of the younger guys coming under him.
That's the game.
That's the game now. I don't like it. I hate it. But there are I just don't think you can get on just him and be like, oh, well, he's flopping. But LeBron flops. Luka flops. I was
gonna say we've seen some of the
flops. We've seen Durant flop. Like
LeBron videos of him flopping and doing things. And how did you get all the way over there off of what happened? Like this is every superstar does it. It's a thing.
I mean, Brunson does it. I mean, across the board, you see. That's part of basketball now. I don't like it, but that's what it is. But yeah, no, I didn't expect to see that. And then also, New York being New York, New York getting super excited about this and getting a little bit too hot with it, and then karma coming back for them this week and them losing those first two games.
Listen, I knew as soon as I saw the trash bag hit the back of that fan's head, I was like, nothing good could come of this.
I hated that. And I shout out to Halliburton for paying for that guy's tickets to game 3, I believe.
Yeah.
But yeah. Game 1, I did not see all of it. I saw up to I saw from the third quarter on, because I wasn't here. So when I got back and I turned the game on, I was like, oh, this is basically over. Fourth quarter started, got into like midway through the fourth. New York is up. They're up big. I was like, okay, this game's over. This guy, Newsmith, started hitting all them threes, and I was like, bro, what's happening? And I was like, they're not going to let these guys come all the way back. I was like, okay, cool. We're getting a game out of this. It's getting competitive. When it got down to 3 points, I was like, all right, call timeout, do something, adjust. Like, what's happening? And so Halliburton gets that shot at the end, and it looks like he's driving. So I thought he was going to try and go in and get fouled, which whoever that was that said that Halliburton plays like Urkel when they found out he could play basketball because he's doing all these flashy moves and he's doing all this stuff you don't expect to do. I can't unsee it now because that's exactly how he plays.
That moment where he drives and then runs all the way back is 100% that.
He did like this no look pass and then he did like a spin afterwards. I was like, all right, dog. Like I know. I feel you, dog. So he
out there dancing.
So he started driving and then he backed all the way up to the line and took that 3. And I was like, nah.
Can't be.
Took this crazy fucking bounce, went all the way up. I thought it was going to hit the top of the backboard.
Yeah.
This shit went all the way up. And when it came in, the noise I made, I was like, nah, no way. Get the fuck out of here, man. Get the fuck out of here. I thought it was the end of the game, too, because I thought it was a 3. And it turns out his foot was on the line. Of course, he did the infamous choke taunt that Reggie Miller did. Reggie Miller was on commentary while he was doing it. And I was like, I don't know, man. I don't know that you should do that because Reggie Miller famously lost that game after that and lost that series. They won that game. I was, And so last night, they're losing. I thought, to be clear, New York's losing. I was like, okay, New York's making their comeback. Brunson turned into Brunson, hitting big shots. I was like, okay, again, we got a game of this. And Brunson like pulled the guy's jersey. I was like, why you do that though? It was such a weird foul in that moment. Like, why you do that? That was a dumb foul. Whatever. Got the free throws, comes back down. He takes this shot like he didn't even get like close to the top of the key, and he just threw up this shot. I was like, why did he do that, man? Like, and I saw people saying, well, he thought he was going to get fouled and he wouldn't have a chance to take the 3. Dog, you had 5 seconds left.
This is what they talk about, Phil, when they talk about big pressure moments and having to take control of your team. This was that moment, this moment that he's dreamed about, he's done in his brain a million times. And time, man. Time.
You had 5 seconds. You had a lot of time. It was a 3-point game. You could have held that and had the last shot. Why did he do that? And so when it didn't go in, and I was like, oh, well, game's over now. And as I was watching it, watching New York fans fall and collapse into despair, as I've seen them do for many times for the past 30 years, I was trying very hard to not laugh, but God, was it funny, man. Yeah. God, was it funny. As somebody that has hated the Knicks for most of my life and has hated most New Yorkers, that's what makes also some of this rap stuff very funny, that I was on the side of New York for this, because I don't like them guys. It was very funny to me.
Like I said, after them trash bags and that how they were acting, they were Tim Boots were knocking, Brooklyn Slices were being ate. I was like, these guys, they still have to win though, Phil. It isn't over yet. And they were counting their chickens before they hatch, as they say. They got to go back to Indy now and try to win some basketball games.
The guy that we referenced that got hit with that trash bag, he will be at game 3, like I said, because Tyrese Halliburton bought him some tickets, and he will be there to see his Pacers play game 3 up 2 games. Looking like the series is over.
Yeah, do the Knicks have a chance here?
No.
Well,
let me not say that. They do have a chance, but I don't think they're coming back from this, guys.
I wouldn't.
Obi Toppin has been great. The fact that they moved on from Obi Toppin so fast, and Obi Toppin is on the Pacers now, potentially on his way to the championship. That is really great. I really liked Obi Toppin. I wanted the Bulls to draft him, so I'm happy for that guy. Yeah, Obi walking out of Madison Square, and the guy was like, "God, we were right to trade you. You suck." And he was like, "Yo, I'm at the Ritz. Pull up." I was like, "Oh." Like dead serious too. Like, "Yo, I'm at the Ritz. Pull up."
Like, I don't know if you should say or do that. They don't respond well to those things in the league. But yeah, super excited about the Pacers. Super excited for my homie Jay Rose, who has been floating on a cloud for the last couple of weeks, and I hope that he gets to see the big one. Pacers and OKC in the finals. Phil, I never in a million years could have predicted it. I could have guessed for 500 times, and that never would have been in my thing.
No, this is OKC's championship to win. I think people are going to make light of this because it's OKC, and because of the situation, they're going to avoid the top teams in the conference and have to play Indiana, and so people are going to act like if they win this that they didn't beat anybody, which isn't fair, but you know how this is about to go. And especially with the way people are talking about SGA's style of basketball, people are going to make all excuses if they win of why this doesn't matter, why this is like a Fugazi championship.
It's so funny because you're predicting it exactly how it's going to happen too. Like,
it's coming.
To a T, they're going to act like this is the bubble season all over again. Like, wait, hold on a minute.
Yep, it's coming. But I will say getting past Denver was a big one. They once they got past Denver, I was convinced. I'm like, oh yeah, this team's winning.
What's up with Minnesota?
They don't have enough to.
They don't have it.
They don't have enough to beat OKC, man. They got too much depth, man.
Yeah. AE's out there balling, but it's not enough. Them OKC boys out there are not playing.
Yeah. Send us your Humper chats as well, where we get a bit more of the cut of your chat. I think we ran through most of our super chats. We got 2 more. I'm trying to make sure that I get any of the rap ones before we get into any
wrestling. Bianca Leia says parents are fighting. Got a pay-per-view tomorrow. Making crockpot cake. Do you think there will be any surprise debuts at Double or Nothing like Thekla or Cedric? Thanks, Bianca. I did see that I don't know if you saw that, Phil. The original members of the Hurt Business, what they were called, are going to be at like a Comic-Con, a con in New York, I think, all together with Cedric. I was like, oh, that's pretty interesting. I don't know if that means anything, if they just, a lucky booking, or if that's foreshadowing or storytelling.
Could be coincidence.
I saw a lot this week, Philip Lindsey, of people linking Cedric's interview and being like, they don't need him in AEW.
Yeah, I agree. I saw people saying we don't need to sign any more people. I agree. It's Cedric.
Yeah. I'm like, wait, you guys are talking about Cedric though.
Yeah, it's Cedric.
And like Hurt Syndicate needs like a hitter. They need Cedric. I was about to describe Cedric, and they need Cedric. That's all I'm gonna say.
I don't know if it's so much that they need Cedric. I don't like the idea that they're finally getting to see the success of this thing that they built in the pandemic, and you're trying to leave him out of it.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't agree with that.
Yep.
Especially when
he wants to contribute, I feel like, and wants to be there, and the guys also want him there. You know what I mean?
Exactly. He's been saying for the whole time, I want to do this. Those are like his real friends. This is not like just him trying to look for a come up. Those are his friends. They want to do this. So I don't really like the idea that people are like, oh, well, he doesn't need to be involved. Who are you to say that?
Right. There's too many people signed. Yeah, but so what that got to do with this?
Okay. What they got to do with what they got to do with Cedric? And I was gonna again. I keep thinking things in my head and being like, maybe not. Don't do that. What they got to do with Cedric? But there's also a bunch of people on the roster that aren't on TV that they got nothing to do with anything. Like it's just to say there's a crowded roster, so don't sign Cedric. Like I don't really get that.
This is wrestling. There's going to constantly be
it's wrestling.
Overloaded rosters. They're going to be too many people. People are going to continue to get signed. Some people aren't going to be featured. We saw this week Scorpio Sky is back on his podcast, and he was talking about what's up, because people have a lot of questions about where he's been and where he's going, and he seems to not know at all either. Phil,
I don't know. That whole situation is weird. I don't know what happened there. He was saying that he seemed to have irritated somebody in an interview at some point.
Mm-hmm. I can't even remember what.
But I don't know what that means. I don't know what he thinks he could have said that may have upset somebody. I didn't really get what he was trying to say there. Mm-hmm. And he also added it to the part of the rollout, because this is him putting his podcast back out.
Right.
And so he's like, oh, well, I'm going to be 100% honest on the podcast now, because I was holding back because I thought I might have upset people before, but it seems like I upset somebody anyway, and that's why I'm not on TV. So I was like, okay, so how much of that is rollout? And
right. Are you shooting? Are you working? Like what?
I don't think it's shooting. I think it's just part of rollout for a podcast. And
but I mean, it is a confusing case though, because like like he said, he hasn't been injured, and it's been like a long time. Like it's not like he was injured for a good part of it. Like he was injured for like a piece of the long time that he hasn't been on TV. So I am kind of confused as to why. But then also I think about it, like he was a part of the original roster, kind of a Cali boy. I think they probably just think of him like, I don't want to say it, but they probably think of him as this. I can't say it. They probably think of him the same way they think of Brandon Cutler.
That's kind of crazy.
I know.
That's kind of crazy. I don't know if I would say all that.
But I feel like the higher ups are like, you're just the guy that we hired because you're friends with them.
But I don't think that's true though, because Tony seemed to really like Scorpio at one point. They pushed him more than any of the other SCU guys. He got a world title shot. He got a TNT title run. I'm not sure what happened within the last year or so.
I don't think it could be from that interview. I mean, you could know better than me, but I don't think like the interview would be the reason because I feel like it was even before
No,
that.
that's why I was wondering what he meant by that, and if that's just rollout.
Timelines.
If it's just rollout, it's just rollout. But I do think something happened there. I just don't know what.
Yeah.
And I of course don't have any. I don't have any information, but
I mean, the fact that he's still like on the roster, he's still signed to AEW.
yeah, but it feels like something happened because he was on all of the promotional material for Collision initially, and then also what we knew about Collision at one point of most of the people they put on Collision were people that were in trouble, and I was just like, well, wait, why is he over there?
Oh, that's right.
And then like he was on all the promotional material, and then he did that one segment, and he had the one match, and then he got injured, and then he popped up and he was doing the private party stuff, and then he won that club and
he never came out.
We never saw him again. So something happened. I'm just not sure what, because it seemed like they were planning to do something with him in private party. It seemed like, and then it just fell apart. I don't know why.
I forgot about he was a part of the in-school suspension kids, and then we were like, but why though? And we never figured it out. Damn. What the hell does Scorpio Sky do?
Maybe nothing. Sometimes these things aren't exactly somebody doing something to get in trouble. It's just, I don't know, man. Wrestling's weird.
You're so right though, because legit, it could be like they're like, let's get to the bottom of this, and they're like, well, we don't even know what the problem is. Like, it could just be that like people do. I'm not shooting bail for any of these companies. I think it's horrible. Get lost in the shuffle. Like hearing what Omos was saying this week about, I'm ready, dog. Like I want to do this, and essentially not be given the opportunity. It's like, but it's also a pattern now that I'm saying it out. I'm like, wait a second. I just said 2 bald black guys. What's going on here?
I don't know. Something had to have happened there. I'm just not sure what it was. Yeah. Hopefully he's doing well. He looks well. He
does look well. He's been wrestling in California. Like he's been doing some independent stuff over here, but not anything out loud. But he's been working.
He's in Vegas.
Yeah, a lot of people were.
He was outside.
I saw a couple of homies like, "Hey, what you doing here?"
Yeah, I saw a few people. So a few people were booked for things there. And I'm just like, hey, well, why aren't you booked for things where you work?
Yeah. Hey, good to see you here. I'd like to see you over there. And they're like, I'm just as confused as you are. I'm like, all right, I hear you.
Yeah. Speaking of Vegas,
transition.
WrestleMania 42. WrestleMania 42 will not be taking place in New Orleans. This was first announced back in February on SmackDown. That was when The Rock came out, part of the Elimination Chamber build, and he came out with the big special entrance with the lights and Black is Hot in New Orleans to announce this, that it was going to take place at the Caesars Superdome. And we first started getting the rumblings early Thursday morning that it wasn't going to take place. I think it was WrestleNomics first reported it, and then Sean confirmed it with WWE, and then by then the report from NOLA.com dropped that officially it would not take place and that they were working on a larger deal to bring Money in the Bank there in 2026.
The wording on that NOLA it said canceled on there, and I was like, dude, that sounds crazy.
So that's what I was going to get to. Very interesting how differently they talked about it and how differently it has been worded in other places. The NOLA.com article very much made it seem like, okay, WWE canceled this. And they said it was canceled for undisclosed reasons.
Like a blindside.
So basically, like they pulled out of the deal. But you can't officially say they pulled out of the deal because they're working on a bigger deal, right? So it's like they said it was canceled, but then also they were trying to say they're extending the deal. So yeah, it was some corporate jargon and word salad in there.
But WWE was saying before we got the video, they were pretty much saying, yeah, like we're not going to be in New Orleans.
Yeah, and I immediately, when I saw this, I was like, boy, this feels like 2024, because if you remember, Minneapolis had to bid for WrestleMania 41, and then all of a sudden they lost the bid and it ended up in Vegas. Now, this is a bit different because they had finalized the deal with New Orleans. They had the venue and everything, all the way to the point. Sean reported this week that some of the indie promotions and WrestleCon were upset because they already started trying to book venues.
They started booking.
Yeah, I think WrestleCon had already like tried to book a venue, and so now if it's not going to be in New Orleans, you got to change course. But yeah, so New Orleans, it seems like they're getting, well, not seems like, they made the official announcement last night that they're getting Money in the Bank 2026. That will be happening in August.
A bigger deal, you said, Phil. Money in the Bank is bigger than having WrestleMania, is what they're saying. That's what they're saying.
The juxtaposition of The Rock's announcement coming out with the flashy entrance and everything, and like, where you guys are getting WrestleMania. I like Lil Wayne. I like rap. And
Block is hot.
Block is hot. Then we get Triple H's announcement, and he's just kind of like, well, we have to shift some dates around. Which
shift some dates around. When starting the video like that, I was crying, dude.
I'm sure you guys heard
some dates around.
I'm sure you guys heard we had to shift some dates around, but we're gonna bring one of our biggest shows, Money in the Bank, to New Orleans, which has high stakes and action packed and all this. He was putting so much on it, and I was like, this is crazy. And then he was like, they will eventually get a WrestleMania at a later date. So that was also in the NOLA article that they're potentially going to get a WrestleMania at a later date, but they weren't firm on the date. So initially, when all of this came out, people started speculating, okay, if it's not going to be in New Orleans, where's it going to be? Some people were like international. That made sense. Of course, some people were doing their Saudi jokes and everything else. I've been making jokes since we left Vegas of like, these guys made a lot of money out here, because you could see it. Like, before they started putting out all of their numbers and putting out all of their press releases and everything, you could see it. But just
us being in it, you could feel they're making a lot of money.
2-night event in Vegas, and then you had all of the events around it. You had the nightlife stuff they were doing with the After Dark. They did the roast, and all the rest of the stuff. All of these are ticketed events that they're making money off of. And then WWE World was a big success in Philadelphia, but it's different plopping it in the middle of Las Vegas, where people come there specifically to spend money. So that's different. And they talked about that in their press release of how like their on-site merchandise sales went up like 45% or something like that.
Jesus.
Yeah. And so, yeah, and they were saying their viewership was Netflix International. They went up over 100%. I think the number was like 114%. But also to go on to say this was the highest grossing WrestleMania ever. Not just the highest grossing WrestleMania ever, their highest grossing event ever. And so when I saw that, I was like, oh, they'll be back in Vegas. Because from the very beginning, this felt like TKO going like, well, we have a lot of business in Vegas. UFC does a lot of their events there. Like a lot of the executives live in that area. It's kind of their hub. And so I think they were like, why not just do it here? Let's see how the WWE fan base responds to it. Turns out they responded pretty well.
Yep. I feel like TKO was they probably took the Las Vegas data and they were like, well, why is it such a hassle to try to find another venue for WrestleMania every year? Like, why do we have to go through these songs and dance, all these hoops, going through all this? Like, we know what Vegas is going to give to us. We know what they're going to present, how much money we're going to make, how many fans are going to be here. Like, we got the formula already.
Yeah, and they're sitting there saying, we already know that. based on what we do in UFC anyway.
Right.
So why not just take what's working with MMA? And this is the fight capital of the world. Where boxing's here, MMA is here. Why not add wrestling here as well? This entertainment capital of the world. Like, if we want this to feel like a bigger deal, we're bringing in the influencers, we're bringing in the celebrities. Vegas is the place to go. And so for it to be the success that it was, I know people are going to be like, but people hated the main event and all of the negative press. They don't care about none of that.
Do not care about that at all. Do not care about. You mean the last moment, essentially, of they had already made $1 gazillion by then. They don't care.
They don't care about
main event.
None of that. And I also thought about that rumor at one point that they were thinking about doing like a performance center or something close to the performance center in Vegas. Yep. And all of those things I've been thinking for a while. I'm like, we're going to see them in Vegas a lot more. Now, I didn't think that meant we were potentially going to get a second WrestleMania
right back
in Vegas, a consecutive year. But I did think like, oh, they'll be back in Vegas. They made too much money. And so
I thought within the next 5 years, at least. I didn't think like next year.
I thought within the next 3, at least.
Okay.
So
they beat both of us.
Yeah. But yeah, so when all of this stuff was happening, the reports were coming out, and then, like I said, the NOLA.com article came out, and they had the section that was like basically staying in Vegas. Leadership there is saying that they would prefer to just go back to Vegas and see how fans respond. That last part is very, very telling to me, because it tells me that, like I said, they saw that this worked very well for them. They didn't know how this fan base would respond to Vegas. Turns out they responded very well, and they're like, okay, well, let's just keep rolling the dice with this until it doesn't work. Is how I feel like that's what they're saying.
That sentence is, yeah.
And I don't think that means there's going to be Mania in Vegas every year, but I do think we're getting closer to pay-per-views in Vegas every year. Kind of like there's an AEW pay-per-view here every year. I feel like that because Chicago is kind of AEW's hub. Yeah. I feel like Vegas is kind of going to become WWE's hub.
Yeah. Difference is that, like, I think they're going to just start putting the biggest show there, though. Yeah. Like, that's like seeing all this shit that happened this year and how they were talking. When Stone Cold came out there, I was like, oh, it's over. Like, they're like, this is all the rap. And just going to some of these non-wrestling events, these non-ticketed events, going to that after party that we went to and seeing WWE fans in there that were spending money. I was, it's over.
The money that was moving around in these places, it's like, dog. One of my favorite movies is Casino. I probably could quote that movie back and forth. And when Nikki gets there, that's Joe Pesci's character. He's like, man, look at this. This is a city made of money. And dog, every time I'm there, you could feel it. Just like the transactions that are taking place constantly, the things that are probably happening behind closed doors. The other thing I saw,
money counter, you just hear like ching ching, like all these crazy noises that are just money.
I mean, constantly the fucking casino machines going constantly. And like, yeah, and when you think of like their partnerships and how they've made a point of like bringing in all these partners over the past year or two, like I think I saw somewhere where they made like 83 million just off of sponsorships last year, and just how much like partnerships are a big part of what they do now. They're putting the partners on the ring and everything now.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm like, all of this just screams the way UFC does business in Vegas. So none of this should surprise anybody. I just feel like this is it. This is the new status quo under TKO. But I saw a lot of people saying, oh, this is a bad thing, and it's a mulligan for them. You gotta look at it like, to them, you can only go up from here. They're not looking at this as this could fail. They're not looking at it like fans would look at it. Fans are looking at it like, oh, I gotta travel to Vegas again. The other thing I realized with wrestling fans and going to Vegas for this, a lot of people I know were like, this is my first time in Vegas. And I was like, how is that possible?
A lot of people, like way more than I expected. I was like, wait, really? Yeah. I kept saying that. Wait, really?
Yeah. So that's why I'm like, they're not banking on just hardcore fans.
No.
They're banking on casual fans. They're banking on making WrestleMania event for people that might just be in Vegas for the heck of it to make a trip out of it and go, oh, WrestleMania, let's do that.
Mm-hmm.
They're not just banking on wrestling fans' money, and that's the difference here.
Yeah.
And I think that's why
they're not just banking on wrestling fans' money.
Yeah, and I think that's why this is a safe bet for them. I think they're looking at it like if we make, at the very least, if we make what we made last year, that's a win.
Yep.
And I don't think they're going to make what they made last year. I would bet they're going to make more money because historically they've only done this once. They did Atlantic City 2 years in a row. That was WrestleMania 4 and WrestleMania 5, I think, right?
Yep.
And so I looked at this earlier, and like we never know if their attendees is correct. Like when they give the attendance numbers, they could be fugazi. But according to their attendance numbers, the numbers went up the next year in Atlantic City. It went up by almost 800. And that's what I'm saying. If you go back to Vegas and you even go up by 500, that's a win.
And I'm thinking, Phil, the people that we ran into that were first timers, now they know how much money they need to bring to Vegas, which is even more money to spend on WWE stuff. So now all the fans are going to come with more money, which is more money for them.
Vegas is a scary place because Vegas is one of those places where you could go and have a terrible time and you'll be like, oh, I know what not to do next time.
Yep.
Because that's the whole appeal of Vegas. You're testing your luck. It's like, oh, well,
next time I'm going to do this.
I rolled the dice this time and it didn't go this way, but I'll go back this time and it'll work out.
Yep.
Everything about that is the spirit of Vegas.
Oh, damn, you just described WWE. That's funny.
Everything about it is the spirit of Vegas, bro. That's why I'm like, bro, they'll be back.
Shit.
Fans will be back. And I see a lot of people going like, oh, well, nobody wants to go back, buddy. Well, let me tell you, people will be back in Vegas if they go back. Now, of course, none of this has been confirmed, but Vegas is basically the front runner on everything I've read so far this week. They're the front runner. And
money.
I don't think that is for no reason. I think that it will be back in Vegas.
If they're making the way that they handled the New Orleans part, which sounds like they had already put in the pond, like it was already like things were being made, like money was being spent already. And for them to be like, we're chill, I could only think Vegas is the one that would have that money to entice them enough to get them away from the plan that they already have.
Yes, but that's why I said it's so different because you can go to New Orleans, you're probably going to make a lot of money in New Orleans. You can do the WWE World thing in New Orleans, but I'm telling you, when they saw the avenues that they opened with like those other events and being able to capitalize off of the nightlife there, being able to capitalize off of like just the infrastructure in Vegas and how it's different, they're like, why are we going to New Orleans?
I knew that this year when they had like the 3 or 4 nights after parties, I was and people were going to, I was oh, that's it. Like when they could capitalize on all day, because WWE World starts at like 9 o'clock in the morning, and then they get you to events in the middle of the day, and then after they could get you to a party too. There's no way they're not coming back.
And again, that's the appeal of Vegas. People go there and don't sleep. They get up in the morning, stay going all day, come back. Bro, we can continue to put this in your face and go, come here. Oh, well, after that, you can go there. And after that, you can go here.
Well, like you were just saying, remember we were out late for the culture and there are a bunch of people like, are you going to NXT? Which was in like 5 hours from then.
That's what they're banking on. And it's gonna work.
It's working, yeah.
It's gonna
all the
work.
People being like, "This sucks, I hate this." I'm like, you all are gonna be saying, "This sucks, I hate this" in Vegas next year.
It's gonna work. Yeah. There are a lot of things funny about this. The fact that The Rock did all of these things in a build to Elimination Chamber that now have amounted to nothing. Very funny. The fact that Triple H was the guy making the new announcement. these guys doing this like contest between each other where it feels
What
like
is
they're
this?
doing the
One-upsmanship.
the John Wick meme of them shooting at each other from across the room with the silencers. It just feels so ridiculous. You guys work for the same company. This guy's a board director.
Like, you guys have the same goal. Like, you guys all want the same things here, but you guys keep trying to be like, I want to be the one. Fuck this guy. I hate him. It's so
funny, man. This guy's a board of a director member. This guy is head of creative and chief content officer.
Mm-hmm.
And it could not be more clear at this moment that these guys are not on the same page.
Every time they do something, it's more apparent. Because soon as the video started, I was he's talking to Dwayne for some reason.
Now I gotta complain of your mess.
Right, exactly.
Your mess.
I'm like, wait, but Dwayne was trying to help y'all though. He didn't say let's go to New Orleans.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's not like it was his idea to go to New Orleans. He was just the face of it. They sent him out there to make the announcement.
Yeah,
but
I mean, still, as somebody that's just it's May the 24th right now, just recovered from Vegas. I'm, I don't know if I'm ready. That's a long time. It's crazy out there.
Yeah. I had a conversation with somebody. I was dying laughing. I was talking to my brother, and he he frequents Vegas, and I was telling him I was going for WrestleMania, and he was like, "Oh, well, he had a kid that just had a prom. He's got like 2 graduations coming up this month." He was like, "I just can't do it." And so when he was seeing this, he was like, "Oh, I ain't got no graduations next year." I was like, "See, this is what I'm saying, man. This is why I keep saying people are like, oh, nobody's going. This is gonna, bro. All right." People are gonna make plans because Vegas is a different experience. It ain't just like I'm just going to a destination city, bro. Like, to be honest, like, yeah, I would go to Minneapolis for Vegas, but who the fuck wants to go to Minneapolis? Like,
I don't want to. And Vegas, Phil, if you went one time this year, you can go have a completely different experience the next time you go. Like, it could be a different world.
This is what I'm saying, and they're banking on that. They're just like, whatever. Well, we'll be back next year. So. Yeah, very funny that this was the chain of events. I wonder what this means for Double or Nothing. I wonder, does this mean that Double or Nothing will probably be in another city again next year? They should run New Orleans. That'd be very funny.
Yeah, I hope AEW figures out a way to get back to Vegas. At least I know some of those crowds weren't the best, but like I like them establishing that brand over there in Vegas. Like, that became a thing.
Well, that's the other funny thing that I think about this is Vegas was kind of a second hub for AEW because it fit the spirit of what they were doing. And now
it immediately clicked in my head. I was like, oh,
this company has planted a big flag in Vegas. Like, this is a part of our territory. And I told you when Punk went back there and he looked right in that camera, was like, whose town is this? They coming for all the AEW cities, dog. That's why they're doing this. That's part of why they're doing this. And I don't think that's the total reason why they're doing it, but it's a part of it. It's a cherry on top.
The fact that AEW moved Double or Nothing this year was probably a thing to like, damn, we got them out of here that fast, was probably like a cherry on top for them, like you're saying.
No, the partnerships that they have in Vegas are different.
Yeah.
The money that WWE is bringing to the city is different.
Yeah. Way different. Completely different. AEW could never do a week worth of shit where 24 hours a day, essentially something's going on.
And it's just a different fan base. I don't think that they are interested in all of those things. But also, the other thing I thought, this was the last year of Wale Mania. They're unopposed with their night shows. Now, the thing is, that same crowd that goes to Wale Mania is not going to pay the amount to get into those after dark shows.
No.
But again, we're dangling it now. Like, oh, well, you're not going to be over there. Hey, well, look what's over here.
We got something that you might like. We got some DJs. We got some rappers and things.
Yeah.
We got 2 of your favorite wrestlers, maybe 4.
Bro. If I was Cass, I would be trying to get on the phone over there.
Yeah.
Because you could go from being a part of Wale Mania to being a part of a WWE branded event that you're hosting.
Yeah. They probably would let him host a whole lot, honestly.
Dog, he already had the Netflix sponsorship this year for Wale Mania. That's the next step for him.
Yeah. I can't believe this.
Bro, I'm telling you, if I was Cass, I would be trying to get on the phone.
They are making money. We're just like, more money over here. But that's a genius idea. Like if Wale Mania is going to be over, you should just go all in, I think, you know?
Yeah. Shout out to Cass. Hopefully, I don't know what he's doing next year in Vegas, but I'm sure he'll be doing some stuff with the Ringer and something else. But yeah,
there are some people that are up there in age that are stressed out because they know what the schedule was like there. Because a couple of them walked into that Sunday brunch looking like they had
they was hurting, dog. That was a funny day. All of those people that I could tell was up super late that night. I was like, oh no, I went to bed. That was one of the few nights that I went to bed at a reasonable hour, and the reasonable hour was probably like 2 a.m.
Yeah. But then that night, though,
that was Sunday.
That was Sunday. But yeah, there's some people that up there that are dreading it just because the schedule is intensive. If you want to do things, you know, if you're trying to work, because there was moments where I was like, I'm dead. I can't even. And I hadn't even been drinking just from going all day, you know? Yeah.
Funny times. Send us your super chats. Let us know what you think of this move to from New Orleans, possibly back to Vegas. Send us your Hupper chats. I was kind of looking forward to New Orleans because I've never been to New Orleans, but
last time I went to New Orleans was for WrestleMania, and I had an amazing time, and I was trying to get back to that for sure.
Yes.
But again, like I was saying, it's Vegas, and we could go have a completely different time than the time we had this year, because I'll probably drink even less next year.
I don't know, man. Things are already being moved into motion. I don't know if that's going to work for me. Oh, no.
Well, I heard if your brother has anything to do with this, I think things are going to be pretty different this time around. And I might have to change my plans too, because that sounds fun.
I don't know. No. I'll tell you something he told me afterwards. That's pretty funny. I don't want to say it on here because I'd have to give all the context of this story, but it's pretty funny.
Very exciting. Well, I hope that happens, and I hope that it goes. T. Daniel Barber says JID dropping in August. The South got something to say always. JID, one of my favorite rappers. Like I might put him on my top 5 right now. I'm really looking forward to his new project.
Big fan. I did think it was funny that people were like, "Oh man, see, New York been trying to give love to West Coast, man. West Coast just don't be trying to give it back." I was like, all right, like, yeah. Y'all are rewriting history a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, y'all definitely were not trying to give the South their credit. Y'all, there's some of y'all that still don't give the South their credit.
Every time I watch a Drink Champs that's not a New York rapper, they all say to Nori, you guys hated us. You guys never gave us a chance. You guys never wanted us to be anywhere in New York. All of you guys were against us. We were just trying to earn your respect. I'm like, they're not going to do that now. Historically, they were saying they hated everybody.
No. But that's what I'm saying. It's the worst when they're up because they just act like, no, we invented this. Like we started this. Like, who are you guys even? Who are y'all even?
We invented this. Quay Stalling says, I'm expecting an Eddie comeback. Book it, TK. Okay, yeah. Phil, I've been hearing this. And at first, earlier this week, I was like, we talked about it on Ask Grapsody, and we were like, I don't know, because we hadn't heard anything. But then, post that, Eddie Kingston did an interview. He was talking somewhere. And I was like, oh, he's talking. And anytime they come out and they're like, I'm nowhere close. I don't even know what wrestling is. I'm like, all right, I see what's going on here. So I don't know now. He could be, because like we hadn't heard anything from him for months. And then now all of a sudden he's saying he's kind of trying to get back to it. I'm like, that's interesting.
Yeah, that makes me think we'll probably see Eddie on Sunday.
That's what I was feeling too. Yeah.
I keep wanting to say tonight. I kind of miss AEW pay-per-views being on Saturday. I preferred it.
Yeah, I was confused when I was like, I'll have a watch along. That's going to be cool on Saturday. I was like, oh no, it's on Sunday this week. The Saturdays just feel so much. The energy around them feels better, even like specifically the wrestling. Sunday shows just feel different for some reason.
Yeah. It's not a super chat, but Isaiah World is saying, as a gay black man whose rap is Nicki, Megan, Lotto, Glow, Flo Millie, the first hour has been hilarious. That was a crazy time period. I know at one point people were also doing that with Nicki of, why does Nicki have to even respond to Meg? Who even is Meg? And I'm like, nah, she was unopposed really for a long time.
They the women they've got a lot of stuff going on in their little crews too. They be beefing more than the men do. Like sometimes I'm like, man, these bars are aggressive.
I saw someone trying to bring up that Meg doesn't follow one of the girls now, and like I can't keep up with a lot of their stuff because they'll be like, this woman hates this woman behind closed doors. And
Phil, we talked about it before, but likes and who unfollowed who becoming news is
don't matter.
This person like this that had to do with, I'm like, what? These are like social media managers and all, like we're mixing all these people into these things that don't even matter.
Yeah, that don't matter. Humper chats.
He liked a tweet in 1993, and it was, I'm like, why are you in 1993 though?
Yeah. Tony P says, I really don't know who I want to win the Eastern Conference Finals. Well, it's going to be decided for you in a minute, Tony.
I don't know if there's choices at this point.
I don't know if you got choices no more, Doug. He says, I really don't know who I want to win the Eastern Conference Finals. Good games up to the last minute are getting eaten alive with second chance rebounds. You know, if Tyrese wins this and the finals, WW will never let this die for weeks. Same with Jalen if New York comes back. They're going to do what they do anyway. Like, I mean, those guys are both WWE fans, so they're going to try and include them in things anyway. That awkward satellite call they did this week to announce that Halliburton was going to be in the game, I was like, what is this? Like, y'all couldn't do this as like a social media segment? Like,
it would have been way easier. Yeah, he's in the game. They made the shirts for both the guys. Like, they're trying to capitalize. They're not going to let this fall to the wayside at all.
I thought the Halliburton shirt was hard too.
That's
I wouldn't rock that, but
yeah,
I'm not an Indiana fan. So.
Dope design though.
I thought it was dope. More from Tony P says, but whoever wins the Western Conference Finals, OKC cough, is winning it all in my opinion. The Western team who happens to win the finals could do the funniest and pettiest thing by contacting AEW about a custom belt so they can have it ready with the Larry when the Larry is presented. LOL. I think that would be very funny. That's one of those. If the Bulls ever win anything, I feel like they have to give them an AEW belt because one of the guys on the team went to Tony's school. He's an Illini guy. Io. Io's an Illini guy. So I'm like, bro, you got to give him an AEW belt.
The issue is that some of these big organizations don't care and they like think of belts and they think of WWE and that's it. They're like, WWE be bringing the belt, so bring that WWE belt, the big W on it.
Of course, and also like to a lot of people in mainstream, WWE is wrestling.
Yeah,
that's not going to change for some people, and that's again why.
What's this AEW thing? Is what they always say.
Yeah, that's again why I think Vegas and WWE, it's just hand in hand, man. Peanut butter and jelly.
Like a glove. Just like when you said it earlier about the fight capital, and I'm like, they've probably been trying to get WWE for a couple of years at this point, I feel, and I think like this is the closest and the best like pitch that they've had.
Yeah, they're probably looking like, what are y'all doing over there? Like, get over here where it's real money at.
Yeah,
come to the table and make some real money.
What are y'all doing over there is exactly what they said. Like, what are y'all doing? Like, what do you see what we're doing over here? We are making bank and you could too. And then they came over and they're like, see, we told you.
But that's why I'm like, I also think it's very telling that as soon as AEW was a thing, they went straight to Vegas. I think that that's part of like how the business has changed, and just like it's just a lot to think about when you think about that. Because like I said, they went straight to Vegas. Their first pay-per-view was in Vegas.
I was there.
Yeah,
I was there for a lot of them. I'm still upset that this weekend, for the last couple of years, I've been in Vegas for fucking Double or Nothing, and it's in Arizona, and I'm not going there. So, I love everybody in Arizona, but not for me. So they screwed my plans up. Darn you, Paul. You did it again.
From Tony P says, speaking of petty, there was a lot of it from Joey doing his release. Wait, I'm confused. I assume you mean just like his, I don't know, but he's saying there's a lot of it from Joey from his releases. Two in the, oh, I'm sorry, that's what he means. He means petty of the week. That's why.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's saying, speaking of petty of the week, there was a lot of it from Joey doing his releases, to in the Money and Jamie promo, Mina going Brett, but I hate to say it, petty of the week is Hall for doing the is Hallie, sorry, for doing the Reggie. It almost backfired though. He's lucky because if he lost that game, he was getting memed. Yeah, I'm very glad he did not lose that game because that would have been a terrible look for him. But yeah, I think it has to be Halliburton, and just seeing like Halliburton's reactions to the way everybody's been like, oh, these guys gonna lose. Every series, people pick them to lose. Like, oh, Milwaukee's gonna beat them. The Cavs are gonna beat them. Now, Cavs were the number one team in the conference. Everybody picked the Cavs to win. And so I love that he's been like, no, I saw all of those. I saw you guys predicting Cavs to win. Now what? And so every time he wins now, he's like, oh, I thought we were going to lose. I thought we weren't supposed to be here. And so I think that is incredibly funny.
Yeah, he's been, I think, beyond all of it, just really balling, just like putting the team on his back and like being like an MVP, as some would say. And for it to happen in New York, yeah, I think it has to be him, because the picture of Reggie Miller pointing at him, I'm like, that is so funny.
But I'm telling you, if New York loses this series, man, and we get the fucking Coach Carter montage at the end with Reggie pointing, because I'm hopeful, yes I am, and then one of the freeze frames is going to be that kid getting hit in the back of the head with the garbage, and then like all of these like freeze frames of where they are now, because I'm hopeful, yes I am, shit, hopeful for today.
One of the pictures is the kid getting hit in the back of the head with the trash. Yeah,
like right under it. This kid went on to go to game 3. He had a very good time.
Pacers blew him out.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, shout out to Halliburton, man. There's nothing better than seeing somebody get counted out and then them coming back like, nah, y'all had me fucked up. There's nothing better than a y'all had me fucked up moment for me.
Because they did, like, you guys should have lost to the Cavs. Like, the Cavs were destroyed all season. Like, it was a thing, and they did not.
And I was thinking this last night when the Knicks were losing too, because one of the reasons I thought the Knicks were going to win the series is last year they had Indiana. Like, they fell apart at the end. They got all those injuries and they didn't make it to the finish line. This year they have no excuse. They have all of their players healthy. You could argue they're a better team than they were last year because they have more depth. They have Towns now. They are down 2 games. Oof.
They can't finish, man. And that's like, you have to be able to finish. Like, you can play all the ball you want in them first 3 quarters, but when it comes out of that 4th quarter, you have to finish. And Indiana's just been weathering the storm. If like both games are like, okay, take these punches, but then at the end we're gonna throw the haymaker and really end it. And that's what's happened.
Yes. Yeah. Siakam's another one. Siakam was going
Mhm.
crazy.
Yeah.
When that game started and he had like 16 points straight away, I was like, oh yeah, this is oof.
These guys turned into video game characters. Like, wait, oh yeah, you are really great at basketball. I forgot you could do that.
Yeah. People were saying why was Towns not in there in the fourth quarter, and I was like, because Siakam is getting off and he's not doing nothing about it. He's just letting this guy score. You gotta come sit next to me, dog. Come over here.
Hey, come sit down. Why is it down today? You getting cooked? That's why I'm getting cooked, coach.
Yeah, come over here, man. He was, I mean, on offense he played well, but on defense, Tony says for wrestling, Dynamite was very go homey and promo heavy, but it didn't drag except for Sons of Texas promo. Yeah, a good promo from Dustin, but it felt out of place and long. Also, it seems AEW fans are excited about Double or Nothing with fun Team Page, Team Will banter.
And long.
That was way too long. This is the second time they've done this where they've tried to tack one of these tag team things on one of these max segments, and it just doesn't work. I think you've got to. First of all, it should have been more concise. But then when people are coming for the max segment and you think you're going to just tack this thing on, it's an unwelcome surprise.
Yeah, like we're going to capitalize off people wanting to see Max by having. No, it's not really how this thing works. And then like we're saying, Dustin was talking too long, and like the content of what he was saying, like I'm with you, but like I'm not trying to hear that right now. There's like people want to see you guys get dragged on Sunday. So why are you saying all this? Just get in there and fight. And then they did a promo on Collision, Sammy and Dustin. That was like,
I didn't need it.
What is this? Nobody believes in this tag team division, and this ain't a way to get them to believe.
Will is saying Sammy wearing a suit still doesn't fit. Remember when he was trying to convince them to put him in the elite? And now all of a sudden he's pulling up in suits. I was like, why are you doing that?
I don't think I've ever laughed as hard as hearing Sammy Guevara's trying to get into the elite. I'm like, I like Sammy a lot, but what is this, man? But yeah, he feels really out of place when Dustin's in full garb with the makeup and his gear.
And he's just standing behind him with the suit on, like his lawyer.
Not saying anything.
Yeah.
Not one word.
Yeah.
And then Dustin's like, yeah, because we've been in the trenches. It's hard out here. I've been to the bottom. I'm like, but that Sammy, you're saying we, and that's not really a we thing, because Sammy ain't been to the same pits of hell.
Day one guys.
Yeah, all right.
Day one guys. Never count out day one guys.
With Max in the ring.
Yeah.
Yeah, just too long for me. And like the match, I don't really want it. So it makes me feel sad for Ring of Honor when they were like, we're the Ring of Honor champions and no one cares. I'm like, damn.
Double champion, Dustin.
That hurts.
Double champion. Yeah, I don't know
like,
why.
Don't care.
I don't know why they didn't just find some opponents on the regular roster, because this is a choice. I don't think people want this.
It gets really confusing because earlier this week I tweeted about Athena and where the hell is she? And when Dustin and Sammy are talking about Ring of Honor, we're champions, we're Ring of Honor champions, and like they do things like that, and then you're like, well, where the hell's Athena? Why does she only get one opportunity and she knocks it out of the park and then we never see her again? Like, what's the difference?
I don't know. I don't get it. But yeah, AEW Double or Nothing will be coming to you live from Phoenix, Arizona. Sorry, Glendale, Arizona. Desert Diamond Arena. Pretty lengthy card. There's some confusion about the pay-per-view distribution because I don't know what's happening with Triller, but I got an email from Triller the other day that was like, hey, are you still trying to watch Double or Nothing? And I was like, what is like just like the wording of it, it was kind of strange. I was like, what's going on? But so AEW is not promoting that it'll be on Triller. They're promoting that it'll be on pay-per-view.com, YouTube, Prime, and Prime. And then in international markets, it'll be on Triller. So I'm not sure what's happening with the Triller partnership. There was some word about Triller's financial situation that didn't sound great.
Dave talked about it. Wrestling Observer. It's not that great on any of the Triller stuff. Apparently, the wrestling stuff's the only stuff that's making money, and that makes sense because they have like a subscription model, and they're putting up tons of wrestling. So, like, of course, that's happening, but it feels like in other avenues, it's not working. And with AEW not specifically being on their platform, like you could watch it in other spaces, they don't get that exclusive revenue. So it seems like things aren't going as great for Triller. I don't know what that means for the future of them, but it's looking kind of weird right now.
Yeah. The problem with boxing is you're not going to be able to compete with Showtime.
No,
you're not going to be able to compete with the bigger entities in boxing, and so you're just trying to put like these special attraction fights and all this stuff on there on Triller, and it's a tough market for that. And then they made other investments like Versus and other things, and it just feels like those things have a shelf life.
They do, and like people don't want to like people don't watch independent MMA like they watch independent wrestling, and they're trying to sell things like that. And like hardcores will do this, but when UFC has a subscription service that's hella expensive, like I'm not going to also pay for another one to watch lesser than MMA. Is how these people feel. And same thing for boxing,
Right. And that's the same thing with MMA, where it's just tough to compete with UFC. It's just such a huge entity, and now you've got the backing of Endeavor. It's just tough. And then I think Tony responded to one of the questions on the media call as to why they're not doing the pay-per-views on HBO Max. I believe it's just a different technology or something. They just haven't figured out how to do the pay-per-views through there yet.
I know, because I feel like they were saying around this time we could start to get the rollouts for the pay-per-views on the platform, so that makes sense. That, but it also doesn't like, how did you not figure out the technology? What do you mean?
I don't remember who asked. I think it was John Alba that asked, and I think that was his answer. Of course, I'm paraphrasing.
Yeah, because they do live sports on there. Like I watch basketball on there.
Yeah, but because there's a different infrastructure to like NBA, and they've already been doing streaming through League Pass and all these other options before. It seems like it's a little different.
Yeah.
So I don't know the specifics, but I assume eventually there'll be pay-per-views on HBO Max, and if they don't, they might just go back to Bleacher Report because they're still in business with Warner. So I don't know if they're just completely done with the Bleacher Report app. Maybe they'll start distributing from there again. I don't know.
As of this moment, I don't even know specifically which platform I'm going to watch the pay-per-view on yet, and I don't know if that's a good thing.
Yeah.
People are saying get a VPN and Triller on overseas or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Shouldn't make this hard to watch the pay-per-views, I guess, but you want to have this like a centralized place where people can get it and every month and not be confused about it.
I don't know. I've never bought a pay-per-view through YouTube, so I don't know what the viewing experience is on there. But
me neither.
We'll see. Rody is saying he just landed at Phoenix. Hey, safe travels.
Sick.
He's saying y'all are still on. Hell yeah. Just in time, we're gonna run through this Double or Nothing card.
At dawn.
The pre-show, we're getting Megan Bayne, Penelope Ford taking on the team of Anna Jay, Harley Cameron. For all of those people that have been pushing for women's tag titles, this is seemingly a step in the right direction. The fact that they've been having Julia and Sky still together, that also seems encouraging. So hopefully, we get more motion with that this year.
Tony apparently, I guess somebody asked him about it in the call, the Double or Nothing call, and he said that's something that he's looking forward to. So there's motion. I thought there weren't that many. I was kind of curious about how this could be filled out, but Phil and I talked about it on Ask Grapsody, and like you can get to like 10 teams if you really focus and put in some work. And outside endeavors, it gets even larger. So I think this is a really good time with the roster that they have.
Yeah. West Dakota's asking us who would be our inaugural team. I think we both agreed Willow and Statlander.
Yep. I like Willow and Stat when they still got this like beef going on. They're fighting it out. But if they came together and became champions, I think for their place in the company right now, that'd be really dope. I like Julia and Sky also. If they like put the stuff behind them, let them keep working, I think they could be cool. They got some good options there.
Yeah. Women's Owen Hart Cup Finals. We'll see Jamie Hayter taking on Mercedes Moné for a shot at the AEW Women's World Championship at All In. I think we're both in agreement that Mercedes is winning.
Yeah, I'm like, there's going to be a bunch of sad people this week because after that promo, which is great, by the way, face to face in the ring, I think every promo that Jamie Hayter has done since she's coming back has been great. This one felt really pointed and feels like she has passion behind it. Like this feels like the real Jamie Hayter. She's coming into who exactly she wants to be as a character, and I thought she was cooking. Mercedes, I'm just like, when Mercedes gets in the I don't care about none of that, I'm Mercedes bag, that's my favorite bag that she gets into. And then when she knocked her out of the chair, I was like, this is the GOAT. I don't know. What do you guys want from me? But a lot of people after that promo feel like Jamie Hayter has to win. I love when fans say that. She's not.
Well, I mean, we fell in the trap because we were like, man, Swerve has to win. And I feel like people are doing that this time with Jamie and Hangman, and I think that both of them are going to lose. I just the problem here is I like Jamie, and I think this build has been great. I think that this has been very beneficial for her because it's put her back in a main storyline. But I just don't feel like they've done enough to heat her up that I feel like she can believably beat Mercedes. Because the first person to beat Mercedes, I feel like they've got to have like a story getting there. And I don't think that they have a story in place with Jamie that makes it make sense at this moment.
Yeah, because the tournament felt more like Mercedes trying to get to Tony instead of like, which Jamie turned into it in like the redemption arc of Jamie Hayter winning this whole thing. It feels more like this is the build up to All In Mercedes and Tony, for me at least.
Yeah, I mean, I think all along, like they've been planting the seeds for Mercedes Tony, and I feel like that's the big All In match.
Right. Which is like, I mean, the match tomorrow is going to be amazing. Like, I think that's what Jamie has gotten to the fact that fans even say that it has to be her tomorrow is the point of this whole thing. Like being in the spot, killing it against Mercedes, being in the big spotlight, and then she's going to knock it out of a park. Like, and people are going to feel even better about her post the match. I think that's what it's all really about.
Yeah.
People are just going to be like, Mercedes, she's doing it again. Mercedes Hogan. Shut up.
I do think it's interesting that after people have been complaining about the main events for the past two pay-per-views, this show has been really promoted around the Owens matches. Like even a poster has both of the all four of the finalists on it. There is like no Death Rider stuff on the promotion for it.
That's I didn't even connect those dots. Because Will Ospreay was like, "We're the main event." Like he made it like known. You know what I mean? And I didn't even think, oh yes, because we've left the last two pay-per-views being like that main event was crazy. What is this? And we're not gonna leave it that way this time.
Definitely not. Based on the main event that I would assume we're getting. We're definitely getting a great match to end the show. Speak of, we spoke about this a little bit. Hurt Syndicate will be defending the AEW World Tag Team Championship against Sons of Texas, Dustin Rhodes and Sammy Guevara. I would assume that something's going to happen here with Max, where Max is going to interfere and help Hurt Syndicate win. And that's going to advance some storylines with both Hurt Syndicate and exasperate some issues between Max and Sammy and potentially Dustin.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I was wondering, I'm like, there has to be a purpose as to why this is on the card. No disrespect to Sammy and Dustin. But I mean, they've been putting the Hurt Syndicate on a lot of these pay-per-views. Like, I just don't know what the match is going to be, but it feels like it's just further the stuff with Max for sure. Do you see, somebody mentioned it earlier, like a Cedric appearance or any other thing besides just like Max furthering the storyline?
I don't know that I see Cedric debuting here, but I do think the Cedric's eventually going to end up there. I think the fact that he's been so open to it, the fact that he's talked positively about wanting to work with those guys and wanting to be over there, and the fact that
really
he
changed.
made a point of saying that he talked to his wife Swole about it. I think we'll see him over there.
I love how people were talking for him too before he came out and said, "I'd like to," of being like, "He would never." What about his wife? I'm like, you don't even know what he gonna do.
Yeah. I'm not sure if it'll be here, but I do think we'll see Cedric eventually.
They got Cedric fucked up. Is all I want to say. All those people that were like, "We don't need." Y'all don't know this guy is a fucking hooper. You guys, like, one of my 5. Like, one of the reasons that I'm here is I saw Cedric Alexander many years ago and was like, oh my God, this is somebody that I need to write about. This is somebody that I need to talk about. And he's probably 10 times better than that now. So like, what?
Yeah. We also have Timeless Tony Storm defending the AEW World Championship against Mina Shirakawa. Timeless Tony Storm continues to be one of the most popular characters in this company. Probably one of the most popular characters in this industry at the moment.
Yeah.
When she comes out, those crowds get extremely loud for her. They love this woman. She's really good on commentary. All of the build they've been doing with the eliminator matches, I thought ended up being very clever. I thought that was a smart way to put Mina into this position. And then bringing Mina in straight away and giving her a title match. I thought that was smart because the fan base is already they already know her and they already like her. So I thought that this made a lot of sense. Do you think, because I've seen a lot of people saying this, especially after Mariah said, man, a girl can't go on vacation, huh? Do you think we will see Mariah May Sunday night?
Very funny, Mariah May. I love the bits that you've been doing recently, the pictures, the random things to throw people off. Next time we see Mariah May will be in a World Wrestling Entertainment ring when she's debuting on Raw or SmackDown or NXT potentially, but we will not be seeing her tomorrow night in AEW. I think the writing has been on the wall. They haven't said a word about her. I'm like, this is a crazy vacation. Like, nobody gets vacation time like this. They don't give wrestlers 2 months vacation time. What are you talking about? That is so rare. So I don't expect to see her tomorrow or for the time being in AEW because I think she is fed bound. That's funny what you said about Tony Storm, and I think in the industry, because after that, when she did the "We're Here, We're Queer" or "I'm the Champ and I'm a Queer" thing a few weeks ago, there were people that know I like wrestling that don't like wrestling that were sending me things of her being featured on Not Wrestling to like all these like different outlets for LGBT that are represented, like were featuring that, and the people were sending me that. So like she's starting to transcend just this little wrestling bubble and enter into a different level of fame, and it makes sense because she's doing tremendous work.
Yeah. I think this match is going to deliver. I think their last match at Forbidden Door was good. And the dynamic is a bit different here because Tony's not a heel anymore.
Is there a world where Mina could pull one out? Surprise victory?
I don't think so. I think they're doing specifically this matchup because there is history between Mina and Mercedes. So if Mercedes wins the finals, that is a conceivable match for All In. But I think if you're going for the biggest match possible, I don't think it's Mina versus Mercedes.
No. We're doing all hands on deck for All In. We need the biggest players and the biggest matches possible. Mercedes and Tony is that match.
Yes. The Mariah thing, I'm not sure on, man. I don't know what to make of it.
You just never know in wrestling, you know?
She's definitely trolling people quite a bit.
Most definitely.
And yeah, I think it would be very, very funny if she so this is why, man. This is why people should give me a call. I think it'd be very funny if she like did like this whole black and white thing where she had like her hair up under like a scarf and everything, and she gets in like this convertible and she's like driving in the desert like she's going to Phoenix, and then next thing you know she drives past a Las Vegas sign.
Dog, that would be hella fun. She's driving through the desert. You're like, oh no, she's on her way to Glendale, and it's actually welcome to Las Vegas instead. That would be a good bit.
That would be very, very funny, man.
People would be mad. I'd like
Yeah.
it. That's good.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think she's gonna get a good big bag regardless, and she's gonna she earned her shit this time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it would just be fans be bad. I think a lot of people would be mad, but you know, you can always come back with a joke. Nothing's been confirmed. What's wrong?
I'm still on vacation. I'm going to hang out in Vegas.
We didn't go to Double or Nothing this time. I just wanted to go to Vegas this year. What?
Oh man. But I mean, also, you never know. She could show up tomorrow. You just never know. They could offer her fucking bag. I don't know.
The only reason I don't think she will is because they've already done the Mina feud with Mariah. If they hadn't, I could see it. And then
they're not gonna rehash her and
they're not gonna rehash her and Tony.
Yeah.
I think if we see her again, it won't be here.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't know what to make of all of the Tony contract talk. Do we even have like a confirmation on when her contract is up?
I don't think so. I think we're all speculating, maybe.
Yeah, because I know at one point there was a report that it was going to be up soon, but I don't think there was a firm date on when it was going to be up.
Because sometimes people soon be crazy, Phil. They'll be like, it's soon, and it'd be like 9 months. Like, that is not soon. That's a lifetime.
Yeah. FDR will be taking on the team of Daniel Garcia and Nigel McGuinness. The build to this match has been kind of wonky. The segments have been they've been interesting. They've been interesting, but I think the match itself is going to be good. When I saw what this was leading to, I was like, "Oh, I'm excited for the match." Just get us to that point, though.
They ran some laps to get to the match for sure. I was like, okay, I understand all this. A lot going on. They had my least favorite segment last week's Dynamite. They had the Destin segment last week when they came out of place, and I was like, wait, what are you guys selling? And then when I understand what you guys are selling, a tag match with you and Daniel Garcia and Nigel McGuinness, that's awesome. I want this match bad. Like tomorrow, they're gonna fucking cook. But getting there was weird as hell. I don't know what this means for Nigel. Is it another just one-off? Is he trying to get back in the game? He said he felt good after the matches with Danielson. He said that he can get back in there and do it. But it's just super interesting. But it's an FTR tag match. If given time, it's gonna kill it.
Yeah, I think this is a filler match until Cope is ready, and then we're going to advance the Cope and Christian stuff. I would assume.
Is Cope hurt?
Well, he's kayfabe hurt because remember they took him out.
Oh, right. I was like, damn, where's Cope? But FTR took him out at the last show. That's right.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that this is to get us back to the Cope thing. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Cope tonight. But yeah,
that probably is going to happen. Maybe. Yeah, I can see Cope.
Yeah. We also have Mark Briscoe taking on Ricochet in a stretcher match. I don't know why this is a stretcher match. I don't know that it's been properly explained why it was a stretcher match, but that's where we are.
Briscoe did a promo, but it's like I don't know. I don't understand. I keep trying to figure out like what, but why? Why the stretcher though? Like I know that AEW likes both these guys. Both these guys should be featured on the pay-per-view, but why they couldn't just have a regular match? Like I don't think they're locked in this blood feud that needs like this stretcher bit or whatever they're adding on to it. I'm sure it'll be great because both guys are great, but the stipulation is interesting.
Yeah, Chad is saying that it's a tribute to Sabu. But I don't know that it has been really properly put in that context on TV. I don't know that they've said that enough on TV.
Exactly. Like, why am I just discovering this on our podcast? Like, I should know. Like, you should be telling me on TV out loud what this is.
And we watch all the things. And so,
Yeah,
how did I
right?
miss?
How did I miss that?
No.
But that's dope if it is.
Yeah. TK mentioned it on an interview and a press conference thing.
Should have did a video package, Phil.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
You just lead us out there in the dark, AEW. We don't know what's going on here.
We don't know what's going on. Tell us some stories. Tell some stories, man. I don't know what's going on your TV show.
No stories, man. I'm just confused. What's the stretcher thing? What's the stretcher bit? I'm supposed to go on the internet and find this Tony Khan interview somewhere?
Yeah. The Paragon will be taking on the team of Konosuke Takeshita, Kyle Fletcher, and Josh Alexander. Paragon, of course, is Adam Cole, Kyle O'Reilly, and Roderick Strong.
Still not in on Papa Khan, the name. I don't like it. It's not growing on me yet. I like these guys. There's been some confusion with Adam Cole, Phil, because he won the TNT Championship and he hasn't had a match at all since he won it.
They're doing the same thing again that I don't like, and I wish they would stop doing it.
What is this? Last night on, or 2 nights ago on Collision, they had him on commentary for the whole show. I'm like, but he's there, but he's not there. So when they announced this match, I'm like, okay, so looks like he's not injured because he's in the match, but I don't understand their championship booking philosophy at all, honestly, because they do this often.
I don't know. I think this match is going to be heat, but
Definitely.
I don't understand why there is no TNT title match here. I don't know why they're seemingly making the same mistake with Adam Cole that they were making with Daniel Garcia, but what are you going to do?
And it feels like that's the easiest division to book. Open challenge, dude. It is not hard. Put an open challenge on that TNT Championship. Have Adam Cole go out there with the best other guys, and this shit means something. I don't know why they can't just do that.
Yeah, I'm seeing people in our chat say that the ambulance match is to get someone as a surprise return popping out of the ambulance. Maybe Wardlow to be Ricochet's heater. I don't know if I believe that. That would be cool though if they brought somebody in to be a heater.
I just thought of something really funny, and I hope they do it. I'm not going to say it out loud because I want them to do it.
Well, if it's Shaq pops out there?
You're not supposed to say it out loud.
Shaq pops out of Rick. He's been in an ambulance all this time?
Shaq has been in the ambulance like for 4 straight years, Phil. Where is he? I need him to pop out of that ambulance. Shaq popped out of that ambulance. I would cry, dude. Where is he? It's been like 4 years. He took one of the best bumps in wrestling history with Cody, and then he left. We never saw him again. Why did Cody and Shaq cook though?
They did. Jade Cargill's debut match.
That over the ropes bump was hard. I'm like, nah, Cody was cooking though.
Nah, free Cody, man. After watching some stuff this week, I'm like, dog, we need Cody back, dog. Y'all not going back to Vegas without Cody. I hope y'all know that.
Oh, yeah. Well, no, what is this? They think, what do they think they're going to do? They think they're going to go back and have a big show without Code? No, absolutely not. Where's Cody?
Yeah.
I guess we'll get into that when we talk Saturday Night Main Event. Well, what the fuck are y'all doing?
He's taking some time off. That video of him at the opening of the Universal Studios thing, and he's like on a roller coaster with a full suit on. What a guy. Get this guy back on TV.
Get him back on TV though. Like, he was the number one guy in your company. Like, beyond just like he's great, like he is the company. Like, why isn't he on TV? What's going on here?
Yeah. Get Cold Dog back on TV, man. What we doing, man?
Give him his fucking belt back.
Hey.
We're gonna get into that too.
That's not who I want to get their belt back. The belt back on Big Goon, dog. What are you doing? Listen.
What are they? Again, we're gonna get into it, but what the fuck are they doing, Phil? This was in the ring, giving it up to as somebody who respects the business of wrestling. You're saying Logan Paul deserves more respect. What are you saying?
Yeah. Detour. Kazuchika Okada will be defending the AEW Continental Championship against Speedball Mike Bailey, very much looking forward to this match. I think this match is going to be one of the sleepers of this night. Both of these guys, of course, great wrestlers. But see, this is again like it didn't take that long to get us here with the Continental Classic. Like, why couldn't we get a TNT title match on this show as well? But I don't know. Can't everything you want, I guess.
Exactly. I'm really looking forward to this match specifically. I thought that these guys were going to be involved in Anarchy in the Arena for a minute there because it felt like they were a part of this, but they're not. I think a one-on-one match with them is going to be insane. Okada and Speedball Mike Bailey. It seems so normalized, I guess, because these guys are both in AEW, but like that's crazy. Okada and Speedball Mike Bailey are about to go one-on-one. Insane. I'm sure it's going to be fire. What you've already described so far, Phil, somebody was asking about how we felt about the card, and I was like, this is one of the best Double or Nothing cards they've had in a couple of years, honestly. Just the card.
Yeah. I love the Speedball has come straight in, and he's been such a big part of like reinvigorating the product, being in some of the big matches. I mean, coming in straight away and getting an Omega match and then getting an Okada match on pay-per-view. Like that's pretty good. That's a pretty good first few months, man. And being in all of the big all-star multi-man matches, like pretty big debuts for this guy so far. Doing pretty well.
Yeah, and the stuff he's been doing on Collision with Dralistico, this match that they just had, this tag match that they just had with Roosh the other day, super fire. The stuff he's been doing with Kevin Knight, like Speedball he's excelled. They've pushed him even faster than I expected them to. I thought it was going to be kind of like a slow build, but like, no, they threw him right into the fire. He's wrestling Okada on pay-per-view. Like,
yeah,
a lot of people don't get to do that.
Yeah. Okada, I think, will, of course, win here. We're still on the road to Okada Omega 5, and there's no way that that's not where this is going. So I don't see Okada losing.
We live in a world, Philip Lindsey. You saying that just tripped me out. Where we're gonna go to a show in July, I think, and that's not gonna be the main event. Okada and Kenny Omega are not gonna be the main event.
Yeah, I was just talking about this with Monty on Wrestle Purist. Shout out to Monty. I'm not sure on that. I'm not sure what the main event of that show will be because they've been chasing this Okada match for a long time. That could main event. I don't know.
Definitely.
The only thing is, I don't think that they've done the work to really get Okada in a place as this big final boss to do that. Right. And I don't think that like where Kenny
like
is
to us, but not to like the masses.
Yeah, because I'm thinking like, can you really make the argument that you're not selling that pay-per-view off of that match? That was really the first match promoted essentially for this show. I mean, I bought my flight for this show based off of getting that match. So I'm not sure, man. It could end up main eventing. I don't know, but I feel like based on like the year Ospreay's having and where we're at, I don't know if you can go and not main event Ospreay Mox potentially.
But when we start getting when they really announce the match and we start getting the Okada and Omega stare downs, Phil, it's gonna feel different.
That's why I'm like
different.
That's why I'm like, I don't know, but we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, then we have the Anarchy in the Arena match. Big teams, the team of Kenny Omega, Swerve Strickland, Willow Nightingale, Samoa Joe, Powerhouse Hobbs, Katsuyori Shibata will be taking on the Death Riders and the Young Bucks. Just that team of baby faces just sounds insane. That sounds like somebody's E-Fed or something that they came up with. Like
mine.
Kenny Omega on a team with Swerve Strickland and Shibata and
the big homie and Willow. I'm like, did I make this team? Because this is crazy.
Yeah, crazy. Yeah, I think it's dope straight away that this is the first Anarchy in the Arena that women will take part in. I think with the build that they've been doing up to this point with Marina and Willow, this makes perfect sense. And I think the execution of it.
Mox in the head this week was hella funny.
I don't know why that segment towards the end when Joe comes from behind that curtain and starts hitting the Bucks with that garbage can. That was funny. But then just the way all these people started drifting into the segment with weapons, it just looks like, oh, it's my turn to get on. Oh, here I come.
Yeah. Like, I got mine. Let me get out here too.
Yeah, it was funny, but yeah, looking forward to this. Anarchy in the Arena is usually a lot of fun. Very curious to how different this is going to work with two women in it.
Yeah.
How much they're going to allow the women to do in the match. That's
That
going to
might
be
be my
interesting.
most curious thing of the pay-per-view is like, how are Morena and Willow going to be in the mix? Because this is plunder, this is shenanigans, this is all the things like they could definitely work around it, but I want to see like how involved they get with the men, you know?
Yes. Eddie Kingston is not in this match, even though he has been all over the build for it for the past 2 weeks. He's kind of like an enforcer here, which further makes me believe this is where Eddie Kingston is going to debut, because why else would you have him in this position other than for Eddie Kingston to show up and take him out?
Yeah, I was confused because we laughed about it last week how they announced the match or we laughed about it when they announced the match and Gabe Kidd wasn't a part of the graphic. But then I watching Collision and they had a promo with Gabe Kidd and they kept harping on him being an enforcer. He's John Moxley's enforcer. He's John Moxley enforcer. So they're saying he's going to be involved in the match, but not in the match. And I'm like, okay, that's confusing. And then the Eddie Kingston thing, I'm like, okay, that makes even more sense why Eddie would return. Not having Gabe actually in the match, they're going to need somebody to come and get him out of the match.
Do you think it would have worked better if they didn't introduce Gabe into the situation until the pay-per-view?
Yep.
Like if Gabe came out and started helping them at the pay-per-view and then Eddie came out, you think it would have worked better?
It would have hit way harder. I think so. Because I think just the surprise, if they would have did the dumb fucking hoodie bloodline shit again at the pay-per-view, Gabe Kidd is there, that would have hit crazy.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe they were worried if he did that, people wouldn't have recognized him, and so they wanted to put him on the show so people would know him, and then plant the seeds to get there. But yeah, some of the execution to get Gabe as an adjacent member of this team has been kind of clumsy. I don't know that it really works, but I do think it's going to hit if Eddie Kingston comes out based on the fucking Herculean work that Gabe Kidd has been doing in all of his interviews, continuing to mention Eddie Kingston, continuing to laugh at his pain. So now when Eddie Kingston comes back, it's going to feel like a bigger deal. And that's what you're supposed to do as a heel. You're supposed to continue to laugh at your handiwork. Like, ha ha, I hurt that guy. Now you guys think I'm dangerous. Good. I am going to hurt all your favorite wrestlers.
Like, even if they're really hurt and out, you're supposed to be like, yeah, I did that. You know what I mean? Because that's what a heel do, and that's how this happens. Interesting to see how this all develops. People are interested to see what song that they use for the background fill. People are interested to see if maybe some other people besides Eddie Kingston are going to show up. Like, we've been talking about Jack Perry, like, where is he? Could he become a part of that? Like, how's all this going to play out? Swerve's been looking like a fucking super star, brother. Every time it's like he's like a focal point of the show, he looks like $1 million.
Yeah. The fact that he's still in like a main storyline, I think that's great for him. He's still in there with all of the big stars. The spot this week with the V Trigger and House Call, fire.
I was like, hold on a minute.
Yeah, I still feel like the build here for him is the tag match with the Bucks. I still feel like they could have done better by Hangman than that, but that's just my opinion. I don't know.
Because Hangman's whole storyline is still like trying to get out of the depths that Swerve took him to. And like it feels like a lot of his thing is like Swerve, and like Swerve is not the same. And which like he shouldn't be, because like this is Hangman's arc. But I just feel like I thought they were going to handle Hangman stuff a different way. Again, you're in my brain with the Hangman stuff because I'm like, this all looks super interesting. And every day that goes by, I'm like,
yeah. But yeah, I think this is gonna be a fun match. Definitely. Like I said, very curious to how the mixed tag stuff is gonna work. Very curious to see who wins this match, because I kind of feel like the Death Riders might win, just because Team AEW won last time.
Yep.
But if Eddie shows up, how do you get there? And maybe that's Jack showing up to help. I don't know. But
This
my
feels
prediction
like
is that
the Hills time. Yeah.
but yeah, my prediction is that the Death Riders are gonna win.
Mm-hmm. Especially with them if they're not ending the pay-per-view, I really think they're gonna win too. Like not it's not gonna be the finish. They're definitely gonna go over.
Yeah, that's what I think too.
Mm-hmm. Should be fun though.
Yeah. Main event, according to Will Ospreay, in a very, very good segment this week, will be Hangman Adam Page versus Will Ospreay in the men's Owen Hart Foundation Cup Finals for a shot, of course, at the AEW World Championship at All In. This is, of course, is going to divide a lot of fans, just like it did last time, because a lot of fans wanted Hangman to be in the main event last year. I wasn't on board last year. This year, I think that Hangman should be in the main event. Yes. I think with his story, and even more so with everything he was saying in the ring this year, I was like, yeah. Just like beat by beat character stuff, like him getting out, like, I went through hell, I went through all of this stuff, and then Ospreay very pointedly going like, well, you went through all of that stuff by choice.
Yeah.
We could have just moved on. You made the decision to keep doing that, and it's like, man. Very good segment, though.
Yeah, maybe one of the best parts of Hangman's character arc is him continuously getting the stuff thrown back in his face, where he's like on the pity party, and then the person opposing him is like, yeah, you created all this turmoil, though, dog. Like, it could have been a different way. And Hangman out coming to that realization of being like, fuck, I hate when these people are right, is always so great. That face-off this week was amazing. These are two top stars, and I think they both made great points. Like, there's a lot of people coming out of this promo the same way they came out of the Mercedes and Jamie promo of like, Hangman has to win now, the way that he was talking in that. You can't say all that and not blah, blah, blah. But it's like, did you hear what Ospreay was saying, though? Like, he legit has put this company on his back. Everything the people say that he is. He's done that. He's gained the fans. He's garnered all of this. We've been saying that he should be AEW World Champion off rip. So, like, it's his destiny. And after this, I'm still like, I feel like it's Ospreay 100%, but I'm like, there's still a world where Hangman's passion, the way that fans react to him, just the aesthetics of All In Texas and seeing what Hangman was wearing. I'm like, it feels like it's his show though, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it feels like we're still waiting for this culmination of everything that happened at Double or Nothing 2022 and him attempting to protect the company from CM Punk and failing because of what the belt and the weight of the belt did to him. And so we've been waiting for him to get back there. And I feel like this is the story, like him getting past all of his struggles with Swerve. And I know, we've got to get to him actually making amends with Swerve, but man, it's tough, man, because I think character-wise, he's the best character in the company by far.
Definitely, yeah.
And
for it to two losses 2 years in a row, Phil, that sucks.
Yes. But at the same time, it's hard to say it's not Ospreay's time. Like
that's the issue.
with where Ospreay has been for the past year, you held this off for a whole year. He's been there having the best matches on every pay-per-view. He's been incredible. I didn't expect him to be as entertaining as a weekly television wrestler, because just showing up and having matches is different than being a part of the TV product. Right. He comes in, his promos are good. He's such a likable character. He's such a likable baby face. Every feud he's been in, he's been smashing it. He's been killing it, waving the flag for this company, doing the media stuff. And that's kind of also where I keep going, like, it just feels like it's time. He's more visible than most of the other people in the men's roster right now outside of the television show. It just feels like he gets it. It just feels like he gets all of the stuff you need to do to be the face of a brand. And that's why I'm like, I just can't see him losing. I think he's gonna win, and I do think, like, especially once he said he wants to win that belt and take it home to his son, and you're getting ready to promote Forbidden Door in UK. I definitely think he's winning.
Same here. Nobody carries the flag like Will Ospreay. Just off of how every interview that he does, there's some kind of clip. Most of the clips that come out of Will Ospreay interviews that are that go viral or people are talking about are him being like AEW's better than everything else. Like the crux of everything that he says, like his life. Anytime he does an interview, the aggregation that comes out of it is Will Ospreay being like, I'm better, or my company is better than all the other companies. Like nobody carries the flag and is trying to put on for AEW more than Will Ospreay does in this exact moment. And I think that's what plays into it. Like you were saying, like if they want the guy that's in the Cody Rhodes role of doing all the interviews, carrying the championship, being the top guy, world champion, Ospreay's already doing all that.
Yeah, he's already doing that, and it hits different now if he's pulling up to these places with the belt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it just feels like it's time. I don't know if you can delay it any further because I mean, like I said, his matches are usually the best match on the card, and usually when that's happening,
belt on that too, he's having the matches and the belts attached. You can't. Nobody can deny this.
Yeah, when he's having the best matches on the card, it's only so long you can keep him out of the main event. Like it just feels like it's his time. And I like it. I don't like it for Hangman. I do think that they should have done better by Hangman by now, but I just feel like Ospreay's undeniable, bro.
It's like they painted themselves into a crazy corner because I feel like we shouldn't be talking about Hangman like this. We shouldn't be like, oh, he hasn't been world champion in 3 years. Like he should have been champion in the last 3 years. So we shouldn't have gotten to this point where it's like, well, Hangman also really needs this too to kind of go along with what's going on. But when you got somebody as iron hot, as crazy hot as Will Ospreay, that's leading the industry when it comes from bell to bell, you can't deny this. You got to strap him up. Like I think it's already been too long for him being here and not being world champion. And the fact that they specifically are like, he's the main event already without being world champion is already showing.
Yeah, I think the fact that they're promoting this around, they've really promoted All In, not just around Okada Omega. Every time he's been talking about how he wants to be world champion, they have the sign in the background. He's been basically doing their equivalent of the WrestleMania sign point for weeks now. Like they're doing all but telling you he's gonna win.
He's done the WrestleMania point a couple times at this point. So but at the end, regardless of everything Philip Lindsey and I just said, this match is gonna be fucking crazy.
Yeah, I think the match is gonna be fantastic. The build has been very, very good. And it's a first time matchup. I think this is a good way to end this show. Kind of part of my issue with the Death Rider stuff is they were in such a good place with what they were building out of what they had deemed the Dynasty era. And it seemed like they had gone away from that after Swerve lost the belt. And going back to Ospreay is the perfect way to get back to that. In a year starting that Dynasty era where Ospreay came in with Okada and Mercedes, I think he's been like far and away the best addition to weekly television out of the three of them. And that's why I'm saying you can't deny this guy. It feels some people are not gonna like me saying this. It feels eerily similar to Punk coming in, and it feels like you couldn't deny that Punk was hot at that time,
right,
when they put the belt on him and took it off Hangman. And it sucks that it feels like that's happening to Hangman again, but Ospreay's out of here, man. He's out of here. I don't know what to tell you, man.
Denise and I were blown away by how in the promo Ospreay's like, sometimes it takes 15 hours to get to Dynamite, and we're like, this guy flies on a plane for 15 hours sometimes and still has the best match of the night by far on like 99% of the shows he's on, and he's jet lagged like all the time. This guy is a different human being. Strap him up.
Yeah, I think it's very clear that they're laying the framework for Swerve and Hangman to make amends and team up to go up against the Young Bucks. They've been teeing that up since Dynasty. That's not where I would prefer for the two of them to go, but I think that match is going to hit. with the way that the Bucks have been working since they've been back. And I don't think that it is a coincidence that Swerve has been working so many of those multi-man matches, because it feels like they're getting ready to get to that and cook. So, I mean, the match is going to be good. I just wish that they had a better. Yeah, I just wish they had a better plan for Hangman. That's all.
Exactly, because the matches are gonna be some of the best matches of the year. Like the way that the Young Bucks have been working these last 6 weeks or whatever, and thinking of where the feud and everything's gonna land with Swerve and Hangman by then, like the atmosphere, the energy, everything surrounding this is gonna be off the charts. I just kind of wish that it was something else. You know what I mean? Like I could see Young Bucks against another tag team and like Swerve and Hangman and singles things going for championships, but I'm gonna love it.
Yeah. Now from here, because we're both kind of agreement that Ospreay's gonna win.
Yes.
After this, he has to win it all in, right? He can't lose.
Yes. Not even a question.
And I honestly think it's not just Ospreay losing. I think if Ospreay loses after he beat Hangman, that would make it 10 times worse. I think that would be a terrible decision.
And it felt like beating both those guys. Exactly what you're saying. It's gonna feel like both those guys were defeated, you know?
Yeah, it would feel like this build was really to get to that match for nothing. And Ospreay has to win a title after this.
What both these guys have said, Phil, and how they built this, if this leads to neither one of them winning, and
Darby winning. No, you can't. You can't do that. You can't. You can't do that. That would be horrible, horrible.
I would scream. I was asking you on Ask Grapsody, and I'm still a little bit intrigued. They did not mention on Collision also either. Now watching it in full, they did not mention that Darby Allin planted his flag, AEW's flag, on top of Mount Everest. They didn't mention it.
Yeah, because I don't think they want people to think he's going to come back this weekend.
Oh yeah.
I don't think he wants to put. I don't think they want to put him in people's minds, so people are looking for him this weekend.
That's a great point, because they're like, oh, he finished it. He must be coming back already. Because I've already seen a bunch of people being like, Darby's going to come back. I'm like, how long does it take to get down from the mountain, though?
Yeah, I would. I think that's smart. I would not mention Darby until this is all through, because if you do that, then some people are going to be expecting him to show up.
Smart. I didn't even think about that, but that's exactly what it is, because that's exactly what happened with the Eddie Kingston thing. Like I wasn't thinking that Eddie Kingston was going to show up, but then as soon as he starts talking or mentioned, then I'm like, oh, he's probably going to show up now. But I'm still like, damn, he put your flag up though. Like, he could have put anything. He could have put a Jackass flag up. Could have put a Tony Hawk Pro Skater flag up.
About on social media.
A Darby Allin flag, anything. He put an AEW. He put his life on the line to put that specific flag up.
What do you want? Another video package? Like, what's wrong with you?
We did it. We said hi on the internet.
We put it on social media. We congratulated him.
That's crazy.
It was on all our socials. Like, we just don't want to put it on our TV show. We're doing stuff now.
His life on the line to put your flag up there, and he can't get he did this on TV. I know they're eventually going to do it, but he just did it. We didn't ask him to do it.
we didn't ask him to do that. We wanted to put the belt on him. I wanted to make this guy champion, and he was like, well, hold on, let me go climb this mountain. Like, what?
We didn't ask him to do that. Is hella funny. But real though, because I'm pretty sure he was in some plans, and he was like, actually, I'm gonna go climb this mountain. And they were like, you about to do what?
Bro, like, yeah, I feel you, but hey, we trying to make you champion. We got this whole storyline later. Let me go climb this mountain first.
I hear you. I gotta train for this mountain though.
Yeah.
Okay. There's still people, Phil, that think that he's gonna be the one to beat Mox.
I don't think you can at this point.
No, I don't think so.
Especially with how hot Ospreay is, and then also with just how behind Hangman is. He's like, at this point, it's like he's been off TV for so long, and you've moved forward with so many other characters. No, I don't think you can do that.
Especially not immediately sprung into this. Not after you don't want to hurt like you were describing earlier. You also don't want to hurt like the legacy of what the Owen Hart represents. Like you said, if Osprey wins and then goes on to lose. It's like, well, what was the point of all that? And you don't want to have what was the point of all that attached to the Owen.
Especially again with just how great this build has been. I don't think they want to waste this build on that.
And then there's some people that were like, oh, Mox is just gonna win it all again. I'm like, oh, what?
They can't, bro.
No. If they come out of all this and Mox is still champ at the end of the year, something happened.
No.
Don't you do it.
No, please don't. Please don't do that.
Won't he do it? Yeah, so Double or Nothing is tomorrow. It's exciting. Yeah. It's gonna be a good show. Hell of a card.
Yeah. Send us your super chats. Send us your Humper chats. Humperchats.com/Fightful.
Humpies.
I think we read this from Coy Starlin, right?
Yes. I think that's how we got onto this topic. Thanks, Coy. Coy also says Gabe versus Eddie at All In. I think Eddie, if he's not back tonight or tomorrow, he'll be back enough to build that match, I feel.
Maybe Forbidden Door. If not All In, Forbidden Door makes a lot of sense.
But yeah, we're gonna see that match in an AEW ring for sure.
Yeah.
I just hope Eddie's healthy and happy. Everybody trying to get him back to the ring. I'm like, he talked about some mental health stuff. I'm like, I hope he's in a good headspace.
Yeah.
Because they don't talk about that, Phil, enough on how the part that mental health plays in injuries. Like a lot of these people are sitting, waiting, stewing when they're used to a life on the road, and to be stuck in your house for 7, 8, 9, a year, months, like all this it weighs heavy on these people. And that's what was so crazy about, shout out to my friend Jiminica, about AEW eliminating their mental health part, is like, because there was a section that these wrestlers that are out with injuries and out of the game that could talk about it and relate to something, and the fact that they took that resource away is kind of wild.
Yeah. Well, listen, I got on here and said that somebody went away after injury and they were clearly not doing well, and they came back and they were showing they were not doing well, and people got mad at me for saying that. So
you did. You sure did. But yeah, exactly. And the homie said it too. I was like, I was fucking struggling, dog. It was hard out there.
He sure did, but people were very upset at me for saying that.
And that's not, he ain't the first one, and he won't be the last. Like, I've talked to wrestlers that are out that are like, I'm fucked up. This sucks.
Biggie said it.
I don't have these things. This is awful.
Biggie said it at one point too, like just sitting at home. I think people wanted to make it into a joke because he was sitting at home and he turned on TV, and Kevin Owens was just in his spot, and he was like, well, no, that's my spot. It's just what do you mean? Like, I can just be replaced? Like, I think people thought he was just joking, and I think like he also said some other things with that led me to believe like, nah, he's at home struggling, because it's a lot to deal with. I think Charlotte has also tried to tell people she was struggling as well, and people are just not trying to hear it. It's just like, and of course it's the avenue you choose to say it in, and yeah. Get out here and entertain us. I think a lot of people just want to rush back to them.
Shut up and dribble, dog. Like, I'm not trying to hear about your struggles, dog. Like, get back into the ring. And that's what a lot of the Charlotte shit was about this year. First trying to be like, hey, it was hard, you guys. I went through a lot. And everybody like, shut the fuck up, Charlotte. That one, I think of the Serena D promo and the Britt promo, both of them were like, we got seizures, we were dying and all this. Everybody's like, shut the fuck up and get back to the ring. Like, nobody wants to hear about all the extracurriculars. They want to hear about what your wrestling character is going to do to another wrestling character.
Yeah. Charlotte was getting booing last night. Woo, she was getting booed. I was like, wow. And she's still trying to not turn heel. I was just like,
she's trying so hard, Phil. What is this?
They were letting her have it out there. Whew.
I've only seen one clip of Julia giving her that neck thing, and that she does that slow sit up. Charlotte is also one of the funniest wrestlers in the world. Also,
Charlotte is hilarious, bro. When I died laughing because I was like, man, Tiffany's just still on this woman's neck, man. She just won't
She
let her live.
is.
She was like, yeah, I need that briefcase. And at the end of it, Tiffany was like, well, wait a minute. Why do you need that briefcase? Did you tell me I only won via cash in? Why you need that briefcase? I was like, God damn. All right.
She frying her. Charlotte, fight back. Flipped her own words back on her. That's crazy.
Yeah. Oof.
Tiffany was like, I'm tired of this old guard. I'm like, no, Tiffany kind of spitting though.
Tired of y'all looking real vintage. Why y'all in my ring?
Yeah, I'm like, nah, she kind of got bars though.
Yeah. Oof. Humper chats. We got some more from Tony P. Let's see. He says, I only seen Raw this week. I was out during SmackDown, most of NXT. Didn't see NXT? Why didn't you see NXT?
You watch it?
No. Well, I don't watch that show.
No.
No.
You like Trick Williams? Joe Hendry?
I do like Trick Williams. I didn't think they should have done that segment, but
segment. Yeah. Did you watch the are we gonna do a TNA recap on this show?
I did not watch Under Siege. I was watching basketball. I was watching basketball.
I want to say I did not watch it, but I will say they are making some interesting choices over there. That's all I will say about it. Every time I'm like, what? Yeah. What's happening?
Yeah, Tony is saying I only seen Raw this week. I was out during SmackDown, most of NXT. Raw was fun. From what I've seen of NXT, I should have missed it all. I heard SmackDown just dragged again like normal. But the big news with WWE isn't the crappy Saturday Night Main Event they booked, but them and Mania. Yeah, no, I heard SmackDown was really good. I heard the SmackDown was one of the best SmackDowns since it's gone over to 3 hours. I saw a good amount of it, but I didn't see the whole show. But
I've heard that a couple times within the last couple of weeks that people have saying that SmackDown's improving. It's still super long, but they're saying like a good number of the show has gotten better.
Yeah, I saw a lot of people praising last night's episode though.
Mm-hmm. Damn, y'all giving it up to Road Dogg? That's crazy.
You didn't know. Tony continues. He says they really screwed a lot of people over. I first got wind of the news about people feeling sorry for people who already had plans, paid, and booked things for NOLA next year. Then I seen the news, then words of other possible locations, then finally where. Yeah, I didn't even think about that part. People that might have already started booking their travel based on New Orleans. That kind of sucks.
Because a lot of people start immediately after this year's Mania. They already start with the hotels and flights and trying to get things together. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. Tony also says, I know it's all WWE and their profit-loving, fuck the fans ways, but it really looked like the Endeavor side of TKO had their hands all over this. And then they insulted NOLA by not promising to bring a future WrestleMania, but possibly giving them a BPLE with Money Bank. Well, that's technically not true, Tony, because they did say that they were going to give them potentially going to give them a future WrestleMania. They just didn't give them a date, and there was nothing firm. But they did make a point of continuing to try and go, listen, we love the state of New Orleans. It's been a pleasure to work with their sports foundation, and we're trying to extend our deal. They're very much trying to smooth this over, but it does look a way that they pulled out of this deal. And because there's no disclosed reason, it looks worse.
Mm-hmm.
Because it just makes it look like they just reneged on a deal.
Yeah, and them keep trying to sell it as we got them a better thing and a bigger thing, and it's Money in the Bank. It's like, that's not. You talking about a week? We just talked about how much money Las Vegas made. A week's worth of events from morning till night, and you're gonna give me a maybe 3-event Money in the Bank weekend? Not the same.
Yeah, you potentially going to give us a Money in the Bank and like an NXT show, possibly. That's not the same money you're trying to take to Vegas. And New Orleans needs that money more. I don't want to get into that whole markets and things, but yeah, I mean, yeah.
We got a big one coming for you. A random? No, that's not a big one.
Yeah.
You said you're going to bring the biggest show in the world over here.
I would be curious, like, how much this affects New Orleans. Like, what?
Like the
how
real
much
numbers.
Like how much this affects them financially, what went into trying to get this deal, because that's the other part about it. When you do it the way they've been doing it and they've been having these cities bid, who the hell is going to outbid Vegas?
Who can?
Yeah. And like I said, you already have so much business there. You already have so many partnerships there. That's why when people are like, oh, it's going to go international, I'm like, man, you got to sink money into going international. Like, the travel is different, and that sounds good, but I don't know, man. I definitely think it'll be back in Vegas.
I know one place that can afford it. Radia season, baby.
You think they're gonna do a Rumble and Mania in the same year there?
There's only one place that could outbid Vegas, and I think that's it.
Yeah, I don't see them trying to do a Rumble and a Mania same year there.
I think the Rumble's gonna be like a test thing, but I think with the times, they're never gonna be able to like figure it out. They're gonna cater to American fans over every other fan, you know.
Yeah, and the money that they make worldwide and trying to make it a Saudi thing, I don't see that. No. Because that's assuming that everybody would want to make the travel to Saudi. I don't see that happening.
I still can't believe they're doing the Royal Rumble, honestly. Like, it's every time I hear it out loud, I'm like, damn, they are doing that. That's nuts.
Yeah. Insane.
I'm just like, when are they going to get back to New Orleans?
I don't know, man. They still are talking about potentially. I think Indianapolis is supposed to be.
They're in there, right? They did that big announcement.
Supposed to be 2027, like that. Which they might get the rug pulled out from under them too.
It is not looking good for them at all.
That rug might come right up. Like, wait a minute, this rug comes right off the floor.
Y'all don't got the little rug things that keep them down. No, this comes right. Then that's a long time from now too, and they're gonna have another Vegas one under their belt. They're about to be like,
bro. No. TKO about to come over there and do that magic trick where they pull the tablecloth out from under all of the plates and stuff. Everything gonna be still
what happened to the cloth though? I see all the cups and shit.
They about to snatch that tablecloth right off that table. Like, yeah, I need this over here.
They're gonna be like, they used Pat McAfee for that. Yeah, they bet they did, dog. Yeah, I wouldn't, like, if I were to bet money right now, I do not see them in Indianapolis in 2020.
Going from Vegas to Indianapolis, dog.
No, dang it. I'm like, no, they're not gonna do that. There's no way they're gonna do that.
New Orleans is different because it's at least like it's a unique destination. Like, ain't nobody trying to go to Indianapolis, bruh.
Nah. You're gonna get those other shows they were talking about. Wasn't there like a SummerSlam or something in there, Royal Rumble? Like, you don't get that, but like everything changed this year. Things have changed. Everything that we knew before, and I saw a lot of it's been so nasty this week, Phil. He would have never did this. I'm like, that's not a good.
Do y'all know
barometer for what this is?
Do y'all know that they are looking into the way that he sold to Endeavor? Like, he sold the company to Endeavor in a shady way. Y'all talking about he would never do this? You guys are in this predicament with TKO because of the sale he made. What do you mean?
He would never. This would have never happened. I'm like, what? They were saying this on May 23rd. We didn't watch it, but I was watching a pay-per-view where a guy died, and they still did the pay-per-view. This guy wouldn't do that? Shut up.
Yeah, and hey, man, it's worse than ever. You mean worse than having sex trafficking and all these other bad news stories linked to your company because of this guy?
The child sex thing with Mel Phillips, like this is worse than that. I don't know what you guys think that worse is.
I think that's why I'm like, the optics around in the press are gonna go away. I do think the irony of the fact that the last time that they did this was in Atlantic City, another city known for its gambling, and also the fact that it was right next to Trump Casino and Hotel, and the main sponsor for both of those WrestleManias was Donald Trump. Donald Trump was in the building for WrestleMania 5, and I do think they're teeing up a Donald Trump appearance, guys. I've been saying that since last year. I do think they're teeing it up, especially after WrestleMania this year.
The water was a little too hot this year. Like, I felt like they were like, we're almost there. We might be able to get him. When the Roman interview came out earlier that week, I was like, oh, this might be it. But no, you're right, Phil. Next year, that red carpet's coming out, brother. That red carpet is coming because he's at almost every big UFC.
He's staying in Vegas too.
A UFC number show, like with a big man event, he about to be there.
He be in Vegas for a bunch of stuff anyway, dog. Don't be surprised.
What a sick company.
Don't be surprised, man. I think I read that when Tony. Last one, Tony P says, this just adds to the frustrations casuals and loyal fans have been giving through with WWE lately, especially since money is tight with working families. They aren't dying, but it seems like they're about to drive away fans again with their own actions. I do think they're driving away some of their fan base, but I think they're definitely in too big to fail mode. They don't care about losing those kind of fans because, again, they don't just want wrestling fans' money. They want everybody's money. And so they're not looking at it that way. They're looking at it like, okay, let's keep bringing in influencers. Let's keep bringing in celebrities. Let's keep trying to promote this to other people to expand our audience. And so if they're looking at it like losing some of their core audience is part of that, then they'll accept that because they're still going to make a lot of money.
Exactly. Phil, if I could sell a wrestling fan a $15,000 ticket for them to sit on the floor and I'll put them on camera compared to, and that's going to make me lose the fans that are buying the $50 tickets. Okay. It's all right.
I've seen a lot of people that are talking about how they're being priced out and how it's getting way too expensive to go to shows. And I do think that's eventually going to be a problem, but
yeah,
they're probably looking at that like that's a problem.
That's not our problem.
That's not a pressing problem until it is. Like right now, there are people doing that, but we're also still promoting like record-breaking gates and all like higher viewership than ever. So they're probably looking at it like, okay, they're complaining about the prices, but people still buy the tickets. So,
and they got subscriptions to Netflix, which we're on. We're still on Peacock. They still got subscriptions to that. Like, you guys are giving us money constantly.
Bro, so yeah, they looking at it like, bro, they saying they don't want to come here, but we still getting their money. So
heavy too. My homeboy Courtney gonna go and spend $1,500 on a title belt every time.
Bro, gonna be up there with Ulafala with both belts.
Every time. Shout out to the homie Courtney.
No, that bro was on screen this year.
He was on screen.
He's not about to pull up.
You can tell Courtney gonna pull up, but no matter where you going, he talk to him too. I'm like, a lot of fans are like that too. There's some vocal fans that are like, this is bullshit. But then there's some fans that don't care about none of that. They just about to pull up where the show is.
No, and you gotta understand, a large part of their fan base doesn't care. They will be there.
They don't care.
They will be there, and they're banking on, because this is becoming a big money thing, and they keep trying to tell you wrestling's cool again. Cardi's going to be at SummerSlam. We're trying to bring this celebrity in.
Travis Scott.
That's why I keep saying they don't just want your money. They don't care about you saying, "Oh, I'm gonna keep my money." Okay, cool. Well, let's look over here.
Travis Scott's here. Dog, like somebody's gonna buy that ticket. Like if it ain't you. And then I saw it a lot this year too. There's people saying that this year, like, I'm not going to WrestleMania, it's too expensive. But then, like, on the day, they're like, "Oh, actually, I got a ticket." I'm like, yeah, that's what's gonna happen, dude.
That's
like, people are gonna have FOMO, dog. They do not want to miss out. There was a bunch of people being like, "Oh, fuck this show," but then when the days came, they're like, "Well, I don't want to miss John Cena. I don't want to miss this. I don't want to miss this." And that's what WWE is going to continue to bank on.
And this is why I said people are like, "Oh, it was so well received." It wasn't well received this year.
Wasn't well received.
People hated that main event.
Yeah.
Dog, that can only go up for here. If they come back with a better main event next year, Dog, it's just like dog. That's why I said the Atlantic City one. WrestleMania 4, like Hogan slamming Andre, and then they come back with the Mega Powers imploding at WrestleMania 5.
Yep.
Dog, if they come back to Vegas and the main event is CM Punk versus Cody, they're out of here. They're selling tickets. And if you don't think they are, you're crazy.
And I feel like this even more, that sets it up even more, Phil, because they just have to do the bare minimum to be better than Cody and Cena. Like they just have to put out something that's kind of dope.
This is what I'm trying to tell you, dog. We got this mulligan out the way. We gave Cena his gold watch, and we're gonna give him his farewell tour. Then next year we can do a better main event and just move past that, dog. You know how their fans are gonna be, dog. Like, come on now. Come on.
They're not even going to remember this Cena shit this year.
No.
They're going to look at that all in a positive light.
They're just going to wait until it plays out and they get to the ending again. Then they're going to go see it was worth it, just like they do with everything.
I can't. There's one thing I can't stand here is fucking they let it play out and be like, see, told you. And like, this not a see, told you, though.
Yeah. You know what's coming. Speaking of which, WWE Saturday night main event.
It's Saturday.
Will be taking place tonight. Will be on NBC and Peacock. This card is again like the Backlash card where I'm just like, this card looks kind of
card.
They were getting a lot of heat at one point because there weren't any women on the card. They changed that as of last night. They added a women's match to the card, thankfully. But yeah, it's a 5-match card total. Going to be Damian Priest taking on Drew McIntyre in a steel cage match. I personally think that's probably going to be the best match of the night. Mm-hmm. It's in a position to deliver. They're probably going to give that the most time, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I think that's from the build up and everything surrounded. That's the one that feels like the most feudy. Like that's going to carry this show. I feel like they're going to definitely have the match of the night on paper, far and away.
I'm curious what's going to main event the show. Last week, we were both kind of like John Cena's main eventing. I still kind of believe John Cena's main eventing, but you got a world title match on this card. Yeah. You've also got kind of an all-star tag match as well. I don't know.
I will say I didn't watch Raw this week, but that pop for CM Punk this week. Oh my God. Oh my God. If you guys haven't heard this pop from Raw, man. Holy shit.
It's still surreal, man. I just can't believe he went back there and it worked out because people, at one point, people were just like, he can never come back. Like the fans won't accept him. And it's just like, dude, he's out of here, bro.
I'd like to go back to that time and show them that clip from Monday and how fucking bananas when it said and they were saying before people were like, this is an Austin level pop. I was like, yeah, shut up. And then I watched, I was like, oh wait.
No, he's out of here. I would bet that the main event helped him. I feel like the main event legitimized his return to WWE. It made him feel like an even bigger star. Like even like bringing the story full circle of his time with the company. But that's why I believe now they teed it up. I think Cody Punk is the main event next year. And if it's not, what are we doing? like what are we doing if that's not the main event?
We are tripping. Has it been confirmed? Because I was trying to look before we started the show that it's a title match for Cena and R-Truth. Because everything
that's a singles match.
It's not a world title match.
It's not a title match. Okay. It's here as a singles match.
I could see the tag match main eventing if it's not a world title match.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, well, yeah. So we do have John Cena versus R-Truth. I'm assuming this is going to be like a glorified squash match. Like you can't. This isn't going to be a long match.
No.
There's no way it's going to be.
It shouldn't be.
And everything about it, the build has been kind of a joke. It just feels like a way to get here. I wouldn't be surprised if Cena's next opponent ends up popping up at this point. I've seen people say that Cody could show up here. I think it's too early for Cody.
I've been trying to figure out a good way to say this. Are they gonna make R-Truth look dumb?
Yes.
Yeah. I know.
Yeah. It's good because it's gonna be comedy. It's not gonna be taken seriously.
Right.
I mean, the fact that it's not a title match tells you this is not gonna be taken seriously.
Right.
So I mean, it's gonna be character stuff. It's gonna be more to advance the stuff with Cena, and because he second guessed himself in that segment coming out of the match, he's gonna do something in this match to show people like, no, he's a heel, and like that's fine.
Oh yeah, okay, I hear what you're saying. So
Yeah.
that really why it might be a squash. Like he might leave him like not bloody, but like the equivalent of being bloody in the ring.
I think he's just gonna beat him straight up.
Yeah.
Like I've seen people say that Truth could win here and set up a title match. I don't see that at all.
Oh, that's what they think this is? Nah, I couldn't. I don't think this is an eliminator type thing. No, I think Cena's gonna beat that.
The other part with that, this is why I'm like, man, they always set themselves up for things to work out in their way. And people and exactly what we described, people to come and go, see, you guys were wrong, bro. It's only a matter of time now before Punk challenges Cena.
Yeah.
And because Punk is so popular, it's gonna work. He's gonna get booed in that match, and Punk is gonna get cheered, and they're gonna act like the Cena heel turn is working because of that.
And Punk's is so good that he's gonna enhance Cena being a heel. It's gonna be so hard. They're gonna be like, see this the whole time. It's like, no, but Punk is helping a lot, and they're not gonna mention that part also.
I was sitting there watching in amazement during the Elimination Chamber match and some of the Royal Rumble match. I was like, no, these guys still got a match in them.
Cena feels different when he's with Punk.
Yeah.
Like we wouldn't have gotten that WrestleMania match if Punk was in that match at all. He wouldn't have let that happen.
No. But yeah, John Cena is going to win that match, guys. Like,
yeah.
I'm curious on a Drew. We didn't give a prediction on that one. I'm not sure on that one because it feels like this is kind of a way to wrap up this feud, but
yeah,
I feel like both of these guys need to win though. If you're gonna do
they're
that.
still kind of like on an even thing though, right? You know what I mean? Like it's not like I'm on your side too of like both of them need to win, and I don't know who is going to at this point. What's next? What's the next big show after this?
Money in the Bank, right? June.
Money in the Bank. Yeah. Okay, that really fucks things up. Drew?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking because, well, Drew won the last one decisively.
Yeah, that's right. I don't know. It's a tough one.
Yeah, I don't know.
I want to say Drew again, but Priest is... No, I'm going to say Priest. This is a cage match. I think that's it. That gives him the advantage for some reason.
Yeah. I'm going to reluctantly say Damian Priest is going to win. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a third match.
Yeah. Should be fun, though. Cage matches. People like those.
Yeah. Selena Vega will be defending the Women's United States Championship against Chelsea Green. That match was added last night, very randomly. I know they had like a tag match on SmackDown. I guess there was somewhat of a build in there, but then Selena got pinned in a qualifying match. I don't know, man.
A qualifying match where there's 3 people and she didn't have to get pinned.
Yeah. So she got pinned in a qualifying match for Money in the Bank, and I like Selena, man. I really do, but like the reception to this reign has been not great, and so I don't know where you go from here with her. And I don't say that because I think Chelsea's gonna win, but they've got to give her something. They've got to give her some feuds or some stories to raise interest in her.
It felt like they were like, it's a feel good story, and like she's earned.
But is it a feel good story? Because I don't think that they've given it the.
They haven't said it is a feel good story.
You have
to be in the know to know it's a feel good story. You know,
I think it's a feel good story if you've been watching Selena be patient and be around for all this time, but they haven't done anything on TV to really sell this as a feel good story.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was kind of confusing. Like I think that like while again also big fan of Zelina Vega, I was like Chelsea was cooking so much I didn't understand why they took the belt off her at the time.
Yeah,
so I could maybe see her winning it back. But I feel like people really like Zelina though. Phil, isn't that what it is? Is that what it is?
I think that longtime fans like Zelina, but I think like when she comes out, like that's why I'm saying the reception to her hasn't been great. And I don't think it's because Selena's not good. I think it's because of the way they put the belt on her.
And
like it felt very abrupt.
Yeah, before that she wasn't like being set up to be. She wasn't even being set up to be the champion, and then it was like, oh, now she's the champion.
Yeah, they did this long feud with. feud with Michin, and then Michin lost every match, and then she never won. And then it's like, oh, okay, well here's Zelina. Let's put the belt on Zelina. It's like, well, wait, and they didn't do even close to the belt that they did with Mia Yim. They just went straight to Zelina and put the belt on her.
Very confusing. They didn't even let fans really get behind Zelina.
Yeah, I do think Zelina will retain though. I don't see them doing all of this and putting the belt back on Chelsea, but then also, they just put the belts right back on Liv and Raquel right after WrestleMania. So what do I know? I don't know.
These guys throw a curveball. That interview where Hunter's like, I think he's talking to Stephanie maybe, and he's like, "You guys think we're gonna go a certain way, and then that convinces the fans that they want to." I'm like, "Shut up, you dumb idiot!" I hate when he talks on Stephanie's Places. You guys fantasy book, and then that convinces the fans, and then that gets their hope.
Well, wait a minute. Was that on Stephanie's Places or Stephanie's podcast? Those are two different things.
Oh, Stephanie's podcast.
She has a podcast and Stephanie's Places.
Dog, I didn't know this. I thought these at first. I thought these were Stephanie Places bits, like it would cut to them doing an interview, and then they were like, "Oh no, Stephanie has a podcast." I'm like, "Stephanie has a podcast? Have you heard it?"
No, I just know it exists, but I've never heard of it. I mean, I've never heard it. So,
what's going on with Stephanie?
No, she's media now.
Why?
Curious, man. She's chilling. What?
No, I know what this is. I've definitely seen. I'm fucking bored in this house. Give me something to do at work, motherfucker. I know you got something for me to do over there. What can I do? And him being like,
man, ESPN offered to let one of us do this Places thing. You wanted that? Yeah. Look, man, people like her backstage. People like Stephanie. And so I think that they look like, how do I put this? The McMahons at the moment have an image problem. And so you want to put the person out there that people keep saying is the most likable McMahon and show you, okay, you guys have only seen her on-screen character for years. I want to show you guys, like, look, Stephanie's fun and people like her, and like she's not what like you think. She's not like her dad, and like we're moving past like the Mr. McMahon character and a lot of the stuff that came with it. I think that's part of it. Like my serious answer, other than jokingly saying she's media, I think that they're trying to do some image remodeling with the McMahon name.
Right on the money, Philip Lindsey, because I always think about searches, and like anytime you search the McMahon name now, it's terrible things. You see the worst things you ever seen in your life. So they have to start creating more things for when you search McMahon and you see Stephanie's Places, or you see this and you see these other things that aren't the worst things you have ever read in your entire life.
No, now you can Google and you can see Stephanie on that yacht with the bloodline, and like she's standing up doing that toast at the end, and then like all this other stuff. Like, yeah, that's why I'm like, bro, when one thing you see is the Vince stuff, and then you see the Linda stuff in one hand, we gotta steer away from that. We gotta show the McMahons are not just this.
Dog, did you see that clip of Stephanie's at the top of the arena and he doesn't know that it's Stephanie, and he thinks it's a fan in the arena, and he's like, "Get that fucking fan out of here!" And they're like, and then you haven't seen it?
That was Vince?
No, it's Triple H. You haven't seen this clip? They're in the
No.
arena. It's like before the show, and Stephanie's like up high, like in the and she's like dancing and she's like acting all silly. And Triple H thinks it's a fan. He's like, "Get that fucking what's that fan?" He's like so mad. He's pissed, dude. He's the maddest you've ever seen somebody at a fan. And then like after like 30 seconds, he's like, "Oh, that's Steph." And then he just like the whole thing, like it's you have to see it. It's so funny.
Wow, funny, bro.
And then he's like, "Oh wait, that's my wife."
Get
Okay,
that fucking
everybody
stand
chill.
out of here.
He's so mad. He's like, yeah, how did why is there a fan? Like he's so mad. And then he's like, "Oh yeah, that's my wife. She can be."
He turns around and what the fuck are you doing? Oh god, that sounds really funny.
Family of all time, dog.
Yeah,
But I'm like, the Stephanie part is funny, but I was like, did the disdain he had for thinking that was a fan, and all these people think he's their say? I'm like, he hates y'all.
He's been telling y'all that for years. He's been telling y'all that for years, bro. I don't understand, bro. Like it.
He hates you guys. He has disdain. He wants all of y'all thrown out of this show.
I'm like, bro, I see the games being played. Like, let's let them come back behind the curtain. You're one of us. You're with us. We're all in this together, man. WWE, then, now, forever. My arms are stretched out. Come on in. Group hug around this entire WWE universe. We're in this together.
Mm-hmm. You want to be involved? You're a part of this. Come behind us. Look at what we do back here. We be writing and shit. You want to see our boards?
Yeah, dog. I know corporate speak when I see it, dog. I know corporate rebranding and stuff when I see it. And that's what all of this is. That's what the Stephanie stuff is. That's what all this is.
Now you hit the nail on the head. I was like, damn, why is Stephanie doing? I was like, oh, that makes sense now. Yeah, you're making like they're trying to rehab the McMahon name. They're not going. That's not enough. Yeah. But this is an attempt.
We got to get away from this. And then, like I said, I think people for a long time only saw Stephanie as the character.
It's working because Stephanie was one of my least favorite when she would come on and emasculate a wrestler and slap them and treat them like shit. I was like, Stephanie's the worst character in wrestling history now. Now I'm like, oh hey, it's Stephanie. She's nice.
Nah, you wasn't rapping the Kaya verse when she came down. The queen down when the kings come down. I
was always confused that why does she have that song?
It is very weird. Kaya, like we think Kaya and her, like this is a weird combination.
To do this song. I mean, they were whoever was getting rap features like the Nicki Minaj and Lil Kim. I'm like, how are you? What was going on here? How were they booking so many female rappers of this? They weren't at the caliber at the time, but it's just funny to think.
That's what she need to do. She need to have Kaya on Stephanie Places. What are we doing? Get Kaya on the podcast. Like, what are we doing?
Kaya and Stephanie. If you guys don't know Kaya, she is fucking wild. She be saying some crazy stuff. If she was on a podcast with Stephanie,
come on, dog. That's the move.
That is the move.
That clip of Kaya. That clip of Kaya when she's talking about why she was taken out of the Janet Jackson video. Have you seen that?
I haven't seen this.
Hella funny.
She's so funny.
It's so funny because she's in the video, and then when the video comes out, I think she ends up on like one of the monitors or something. She's not actually in the video, and she was not happy about that.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure she let them have it.
Yeah.
Wild times. And stick us some. I don't know what she'd be saying on that song.
Wild times. That's where some people know Kaya from, and then they have the deodorant commercial with my neck and back in, and it's like a very weird sanitized version of it. Weird times we live in.
That comes on during basketball sometimes, and my brain cannot compute. I'm like, what is this? Do they know what this song is?
Yeah, and the women in the video, I'm like, where are the black women? I'm confused. Like, y'all know where the song came from? Like,
we couldn't even get an artificial intelligence one in there. That's crazy.
Yeah, To finish out this card, got the tag match: CM Punk, Sami Zayn taking on Seth Rollins and Braun Breaker.
Yes, sir. This is hot. The crowd is into all of this. Everything that they've done these last couple of weeks since Rollins and Breaker joined Heyman has been probably the hottest shit on Raw. And again, after that fucking massive pop this week, I expect this match to have a lot of heat.
Yeah, this should be a fun one. I think the match is gonna. Cause they got all the guys that can work in this match.
Mm-hmm.
They're doing the can they coexist thing with Sammy and CM Punk. That should be interesting. Just the makeup of these teams is just so funny. If you just like where they are now, where they were like a year or two ago, very interesting that this is where we are. I know some people are like, why is Punk still in the Seth Rollins vortex? And Seth Rollins is going to win that belt, guys.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to be champion.
Definitely.
I think they're just prolonging it. I think eventually he's going to beat Jay for that belt.
I thought that this trajectory was leading to CM Punk being the one, but I think CM Punk's going to be challenging for the other belt. I don't think he's going to be around for this one, and I think Seth Rollins is going to be the next one up for sure.
No, because Punk is destined to go over there and challenge Cena. It's going to happen. So, yeah.
People are going to be mad, but yeah, like I said, people are very excited about this. They're getting the heat because you know why. Is there still a possibility? Because you were talking earlier about Punk and Cena. Is there any possible world where next year's Rollins and Reigns finally 1-on-1? Yes. Has the ship sailed?
Yes.
So they're going to bounce back next year.
Brandon, you're late to the chat. We're done with rap talk. Why on earth would you think I would gaslight my friend about a rapper that I have come on here and also said that I like several times? Kendrick is a great rapper. I don't agree with him. That's all.
Gaslighting.
Why would I gaslight you? And I'm a Drake guy, and I sound bitter that he lost. I've been saying all the time, this whole time, that Drake lost definitively. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
I'm like, are you listening to this?
Dog, I don't care about any of that.
I'm not being gaslighted, brother.
No, we just disagree.
Yes, I don't know what to
this is funny because I feel like we've gone away from being a very debate-heavy podcast at times because for the most part, me and you agree, and I think sometimes people are like, "Oh, I'm expecting like the will dynamic where they debate," and we don't do that as much on here. But then when we do debate, you guys don't know how to handle it. What do you want?
Exactly.
What do you want?
When you guys are going in and people will be like, Phil and Will really hate it. I'm like, these guys do not what this is at all. Like, why are you guys so? We're just having a nice little conversation on our pod.
It's a hip hop. It's a hip hop conversation. This happens all the time when people talk about rap. This happens all the time, in barbershops everywhere.
I was gonna say this. Phil and I was subbed. You ain't never been in a barbershop where niggas are about to fight real fist over top 5 list.
Bro. I like Kendrick. Like this isn't about me not liking Kendrick. I don't know why anybody would think.
And it's not about you like it because you like Drake. No, that is not.
Look, I like Drake's music. I like Kendrick's music. This is not me going, oh well, Drake lost, so I want somebody to beat Kendrick. I'm thinking that would be like, oh, Drake lost. Joey's the guy that's gonna get Kendrick out of here. Like, give me a little bit more credit than that. Like, what are we doing? That's not what this is.
It's because they like to group people in. They think like all Drake fans are just looking for the guy to take down Kendrick, and that's not.
No, and I think saying I'm a Drake guy is a little much. Like I said, I like his music. I fuck with Drake in some ways, but bro, he lost this battle decisively. He got cleaned up, bro.
It feels not like on the picket lines being like, reverse the decision, recount.
No, I'm not like, no, send out some more verses, bro. I don't want no more after what happened after watching that guy get stomped out on Meet the Grams, bro. It's over with, bro. What are we on?
Our friend sent us a clip this week of a school dance, and they're all crip walking to Not Like Us. I was like, you know what? This is crazy.
Yeah,
Bunch of 12 and 13-year-olds crip walking to this song. I'm like,
yeah. For a certain generation and demographic, it's over for that guy. But I say that, but he'll put out a record and he'll be back.
It's really not. Man. He's the charts don't think it's over for him. This will still number one.
No, baby girl.
Every time I hear that, the big homie that did the Triple H song, he did a video, and I just think of him being like, baby girl, like out his mouth and everything. What's that guy's name? He got too big for his britches one time. He got mad at WWE because they didn't invite him to something. Mark, you know, the big singing homie.
Oh, you talking about the homie that had like the purple velour shit?
Yeah. And then one time he was
Dave Luntz.
Yeah, no, the singing guy, the wrestling singing guy, who kind of looks like Dave Luntz.
Oh, that's what I thought you were talking about. I thought you were talking about Dave Luntz.
No, the guy that does the wrestling things. Remember he did the Triple H song?
Oh yeah. Oh, you talking about the guy from TikTok?
Yes, that guy.
Yeah.
But he did a cover of a Baby Girl, and every time I think of that, I just think of him saying that. Shout out to that guy though.
Send us your super chats. When we try and wrap this up. Probably last call for super chats and humper chats.
Yes, sir. You watch a Saturday night's main event tonight, Philip Lindsey, or basketball?
I might roll out and come back and watch it later. So,
oh, you got some plans? You going outside?
I don't know. I might. I don't know. See, do we have any super chats left? We have one.
Yeah, I was gonna say potentially. Leonard Ners III says, "Want to pour out one for the memory of TNA. I miss when they had partnerships that weren't so restrictive. Long live NXTNA, y'all."
Yeah, Leonard is being funny because there's the report that they banned some more stuff this week. They banned.
Oh, really?
They banned the finger slash. You can't do that anymore. And I think you have to get here. Why am I guessing? I scrolled past the report via Fightful Select.
What? You can't do the Undertaker thing anymore?
Yeah. You get fined. You get fined if you do it now. You can't do a throw slash no more.
What is going on over there?
Here we go. Now via Fightful Select, they have heard of some other changes. We got word that Talent Relations Department passed down a memo that stated that slaps will no longer be allowed unless approved by the agent. In addition, it was noted that throat slashing wasn't allowed at all, and you could get $100 fine each time it's done.
Bro, you said slaps. Like the throat thing didn't fuck me up. The slaps thing fucked me up. I'm like, this is wrestling. What do you mean?
I get approved. Did you talk to the agent first? You can't just go out there and do that.
What? Because I saw that somebody after the first, after the blood thing came out, they were just like, a TNA representative was like, "Oh, it's just because we do it too much." Mm-hmm. Is that they're trying to sell that as this the same thing?
Yeah. I don't know, but this isn't helping the optic that they are trying to clean up in preparation for a sale. So I don't know. Not helping that at all, but it could mean nothing. I don't know. I don't think it means nothing.
Do you think they're gonna if they get a TV deal that they'll become the number 2 promotion? I couldn't even say it all. Just one TV deal away from becoming the second biggest wrestling promotion in the world. Yeah. I think that's gonna happen. I think they're on their way.
See,
Spike TV.
See, that's why they don't have no podcast at Wrestling no more, dog. No, just play. That's why they don't want your takes no more online. Dog. Well, I'm sure he got his takes on the podcast somewhere, but no, that was crazy. That tweet was wild. I was like, dude, number 2 promotion. Come on, dog, cut it out.
I've read it. I've read it since then, like 20 times, and it baffles me every time.
Why are you lying, dog? Come on now.
I'm like, I understand. Okay, there's hate, Phil. I'm with you. I hate things too, but we gotta, like, we all have eyes.
Yeah. Could you imagine if me or you came on here and said that WWE is not the number 1 promotion? We would look crazy. We would look absolutely nuts.
We would look so fucking crazy, dog, if we came out of our mouths to say that. Oh, if WWE has one more terrible show, they're no, that's not how these things work.
Yeah, that was a crazy tweet. If people didn't see the tweet I'm talking about, I'm not going to reference the person that did it other than the joke, and I'm sure you could assume who tweeted that. Yeah. That was a crazy tweet. Absolutely insane tweet.
And these people be serious too, Phil. Like, he was serious.
Absolutely serious.
He was serious. Like, in his brain, he's like, this is real. And like, it's no.
Listen, man. Some people be picking sides, man.
Listen, depends on how
Cut these microphones off, Joe.
Oh man,
it's time for us to get off, bro.
This is it. Michael Jackson, this is it.
Enough.
I just wanted to be like, I did though, but I did. I'll say it out loud. I chose a side. Yes, okay. Well, just me though. I did. That's the only thing that sometimes frustrates me is if things that I say or do reflect on my friend. Because like when we were doing the thing, when I was bearing the main event, and they were like, "See, this is why Phil." I'm like, Phil didn't even say anything. I was saying this.
I just thought it was funny. I thought it was hilarious.
So I sound like I don't want the things that I say or do to reflect on my friend because that's not fair to him. You know?
Yeah. Humper chat.
Listen, we just try to have fun sometimes, all right?
Humper chat. From current Veronica is not good. The promos from the 4 Owen Hart tournament finalists convinced me to go to Double or Nothing. I bought tickets last night. Also going to Grand Slam Mexico and Dynamite 300. Man, you did a lot of spending, dog.
Man, busy.
Hoping I can go to All In. Can y'all go 5 hours today? I have 5-hour road trip, buddy. 5 hours sounds insane.
You got your mind?
It sounds crazy. Appreciate you. Man, have fun tonight. Tomorrow night.
That you have fun at all those events. Appreciate you always supporting. I'm sure this Double or Nothing card's gonna be fucking crazy. So you're gonna have a good time.
Yeah, might see you in Texas. This ain't Texas.
This ain't it. I'm looking forward to Texas. It's gonna be fucking hot as hell, but I'm gonna be happy.
Yeah. Rafael Garcia, the theme of this week was Ace, not like Tanahashi, but more of in the way of you can say a word and stop be monetized. Example, the Trick William rap 2-pack of Ace. What the Pacers have been doing to the Knicks, belt of Ace. Nola losing WrestleMania corporate Ace. Yeah, that Trick Williams segment was the choice. I like Trick, man, but
me too.
It's hard, man. It's so hard to do the rap stuff as a black wrestler and do it in character and to be taken seriously. I think that's why so many wrestlers that do music, they try to separate it and make it its own thing, and it's just hard, man. And it's different because Joe Hendry's doing it as part of a gimmick, and he's doing it as a comedy thing, and so it's just hard. And I figured that when he first started doing these disses, and I'm like, I don't know, man. Once you paint yourself into that, once you put yourself in that bag for them, it's just like I forgot who said it, but it was somebody that was like, once you show Vince you can dance, he wants you to dance all the time.
Yeah.
And so exactly. Like once this became the thing for you, I feel like it was only a matter of time before it became a TV segment.
And that's along the lines of what you were saying too. Joe Hendry's he does like comedy gimmicks. So it's going to be hard to compete with that when you're trying to be serious. And this crowd, you're trying to do a live rap in front of a crowd that's like, historically, wrestling fans don't really, it doesn't work like that. They're not there for that. And so you're trying to be serious against a guy who's doing comedy. That guy's more, I love Trick. That guy's more over than you. So he's going to have the thing like people are going to navigate to Joe with the jokes and all the stuff because that's what he's already known for, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
I like Trick a lot. Like I think that his look and all the stuff that he does, amazing. But
yeah, I wasn't I'm good. And I think just the week it was us getting all of this great hip hop and like people outside like dropping like legitimate diss tracks, and then I come on Twitter and that's what's playing. I was like,
Average Joe.
I was like, oh no, dog. Then I scrolled a little bit further up and I saw Homegirl. I was like, all right, get me out of here.
She really tried to ride some backs, Phil. She's like, oh, me too. And we're like, no, not you. Not you too. Take this shit all the way out of here. Horrible.
Yeah.
She got the double Steve Austin knee braces. I'm like, that my girl.
Yeah, she got the fucking whatever she was doing with those backing vocals. I'm like, dog, what is going on, dog?
I don't know, man.
At what point she was like walking around dipping her feet in water, and I was like, what's happening in this video? They're like in an amusement park. What is going on?
What's in the Florida water is my question, because it's wild over there. They wilding.
Yeah, I don't need it. It's cool.
Did Trick win the belt last night? I didn't see.
No, I think Battlegrounds today, right?
Oh, it wasn't.
No, yeah, I think the TNA World Title match is on Battleground.
Not on their.
No, I don't. It's not on Under Siege, because Under Siege is like one of those like TNA plus exclusive pay-per-views. It's not like where they're big pay-per-views.
Okay, that makes
sense. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure the title match is tonight or tomorrow.
That still sounds wild though. It's like you have a show this weekend, and your belt is actually going to be defended on another show.
Yeah, it's tomorrow. Battleground's tomorrow.
Interesting.
But
because they're going head to head.
Saturday Night Main Events tonight. So Battleground's tomorrow, and I believe that's the main event. Yeah.
Wait, is it? Well, who's Opa wrestling? This is how much I know about NXT. I don't fucking know. But yeah, the whole thing is they're going head to head with Double or Nothing, and people are mad about that. And every chat that we've had, or every show that I've had with Denise for like the last 3 weeks, everybody's like, Denise, are you going to do both, or which show are you going to do? She has to every time be like, I'm not covering NXT.
Don't. Oh, that's who's wrestling.
He said, "Oh."
Obafemi is defending the NXT Championship against Miles Bourne. Well, Stephanie Vaquero versus Jordan Gray should be heat. It should be fire.
He said Miles Bourne.
Yeah, what else is on this card? Let's see. Joe Hendry, Trick Williams. I assume that's the main event. Tony
the AEW match.
Yeah, the TNA World Championship match. Then Tony D'Angelo versus Stax. Sol Ruka versus Kalani Jordan. Trois or deux. Sorry, Trois is 3. Deux. For the NXT North American Championship. Then there's like a 6-man. Oh, the AEW match. I don't think that's on his card. You're talking about the Rick Mason match? That's on his card.
That's not on here? Okay. This card kind of stinks.
I mean, I think the women are going to carry. The women's matches look good.
You said Tony D'Angelo and fucking Stax? Who was?
I think the women's matches are going to be good, and I don't know. Why do you have me like looking at? I don't. Man, I don't know.
This is why we don't watch that show, because that sounds fucking.
I don't watch NXT like this, so don't get me trying to defend this thing.
That's crazy. Tony D and Stax, Miles Bourne's in the main event. This is crazy,
bro. If honey drips, bro. I feel you, but I almost clicked that. I'm not putting it on my screen. Leave me alone. Yeah. This is what I'm saying. Cut these mics off. See, let's get out of this. Let's get out of this.
TV off.
let's get through this. Let's get through this Best of Super Juniors. Get me out of here. Leave me alone.
Just leave me alone as hell.
Leave me alone, man.
Oh man.
But yeah, NXT Battleground will be taking place tomorrow, along with the AEW Double or Nothing.
This is what y'all are counter programming with? Jesus Christ. I should have
People,
loaded it up with Undertaker and Cody.
people are excited, man. People are excited for that show, I think. Yeah, Best Super Juniors are still going on. I believe there is Best Super Juniors tomorrow morning. There was one this morning because today is the 20th. Yeah, so it's one tomorrow, 25th.
It's almost done though, right? It's pretty close to wrapping up.
It's close to wrapping up. So far, Master Wato is in the lead in A block with 10 points. He leads all competitors. Clark Connors is right behind him in A block with 8 points, and he's in a 4-way tie with Kosei Fujita, Hiromu Takahashi, and Akira Francesco, 8 points as well. Kanemaru is in a 4-way tie with 6 points with Dragon Dia, Robbie X, Kushida, and Ninja Mac is last with 4 points.
Ninja Mac is eliminated.
Yeah, Ninja Mac, I believe, is officially out, but this guy won. I
was gonna say it does not matter.
He's just fine. He's one of the most talked about guys coming out of this tournament. He'll be just fine.
He lost this tournament, but he won. And I think like when you get an opportunity like this, when you get an opportunity to go to Japan, an excursion to be part of a tournament, you want to just have what Ninja Mac had. Like, if I could go, I know I'm not going to win this, but if I can get everybody in the world to be talking about something that I did or how I worked in this, then that's a victory. And he got a victory 10 times over. I'm still seeing random pages, social media pages, Phil, posting that clip. Like, it's been a couple days or a week or whatever. There's still different people talking about it that are not wrestling clips. Like, it's escaped the wrestling world. And when that happens, we know what happens.
Yeah, no, salute to him, man. I think that's great. I think Dragon Dia is another guy that's come out of this looking well. He comes out with
working.
He be out there wrestling, bro. Comes out there with this like blaxploitation like theme with Dragon Dia. It's fire, dog.
His whole presentation is dope. He comes out with the Dragon Kid-esque mask, looking like Dragon Kid, like all of it, super dope.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose I don't know why I said blaxploitation. I had the same kind of thing, but it kind of seems like the Jushin Thunder Liger thing as well too. Has the same kind of up tempo vibe.
That like yeah.
There's the same kind of up tempo vibe to it. On a B block, Nick Wayne was leading all competitors, but he is now, I believe, he lost his last 2 matches. He lost this morning, so he is in a tie. We have a 5-way tie with 8 points with El Desperado, Yo, Mao, Taiji Ishimori, and no, that's it. That's the 5-way tie. Sorry. And then Kevin Knight is right behind him. He's in a tie with Robbie Eagles, T-Time, and Taguchi. They all have 6 points.
Yeah. Incredible work by the people that I expected. Like, when the Mao was announced, I knew that the different style that he works was going to be indicative to how he worked, and it's going to help him get into more fans' eyes. Kevin Knight, he has this certain energy that's AEW's. He already had like the swag in the way that he moved and he works, but since he's been AEW, it's like an extra added thing, and it's showing in the tournament. Nick Wayne is working like a veteran.
Yeah,
not like he's
he looks great.
20-year-old kid. Like, he's working like he knows what the wrestling business is.
It looks great. He lost this match to Ishimori, ended up tapping out in that match, and then he lost this morning to Yo, I think. I've watched too much wrestling in the past 48 hours, and so I'm drawing a blank, but I'm pretty sure he wrestled Yo this morning, and we've been on this podcast for a long time.
Yeah, we have. You watched the show?
Yeah, I watched this morning, and yeah, I was right. It was Yo. The match was pretty good. Takahashi is still trying to work his way back. He's still trying to find his legs. I think that's been one of the better stories of this tournament. But it feels like this is kind of Master Wato's tournament to win. I think especially with them building up to this morning, he's never beat Kushida before, and then he beat Kushida to move ahead and lead B block with 10 points. So I kind of think this is all leading to Master Wato getting his rematch against Desperado.
Mm-hmm. And they had the fucking classic last time they did it, so I'd expect them to go back and Master Wato pulling it out and doing it the way that he's been presented since returning back. It felt like this was what they were leading to.
Yeah, and I mean they also built up their story with him and Doki before Doki got injured. That Master Wato hasn't been able to get past the top names in the in the junior heavyweight division. So I kind of feel like that's where this is going. I feel like Wato is going to win this year.
Yeah.
I could be wrong
from everybody already though. Like it's the best of Super Juniors. Like if you haven't watched any of it, like it is the name. Like people are going insane. Matches are different, but everybody's fucking working so hard in this grueling ass tournament. Still have to say how grueling it is.
Yeah, but yeah, it's been a fun tournament so far. Robbie Eagles continues to prove he's still Robbie Eagles. He's had some fun matches. He had a fun one with Teton recently. I believe that was I think that was the 22nd he had that match. I just seen a really good one with again, I watched a lot of wrestling guys. Clark Connor is another one. He's been looking great. Puts a lot of snap on that spear when he does it. He had a great match with Takahashi in Takahashi's hometown. I believe that was the main event of that night. Hiromu picked up the win over him, but what a fun match. Clark is again one of those guys that I really like, and I wish that they would do more with, but he'll be fine.
Yeah,
I still think so far match of the tournament is that Hakata Hiromu match. I've been sitting here all this time trying to think in the past week of matches has anything topped that, and I don't think that it has. I think that's still the best match of the tournament.
That's still the one to watch.
Yeah. But it just kind of felt like, because the thing with the best Super Juniors is it's a lot of wrestling and it's a lot of quick matches sometimes, and then it's a lot of okay, you know what you're getting out of certain wrestlers. You know that this is good wrestling, but it's just so much of it.
It's a lot. Yeah. Like it's all hitting, it's all doing what it has to do. But like if you keep watching it, you're like, damn, I've seen 100 matches in this past 4 days or whatever, you know?
Yeah, but yeah, Nick Wayne has been looking great. I think this is all leading to him coming back to AEW with the Ring of Honor Television Championship and going out on his own because he looks more confident. He looks like his own man in New Japan. And I mean, he was on a roll up until recently. I believe he's only lost 3 matches in the tournament. But I mean, the guys he's lost to, these guys are either you had a guy, Kevin Knight, that had his number because he has history with him and he's trained with him. But then, man, losing to Ishimori and Yo, those are nothing to hang your head on. Those are 2 great wrestlers.
And they're Super Juniors vets, and they knew they were going to have the drop on Nick Wayne already just because of their veteran status in the company.
Yeah. Matt, if you have not seen the Hiromu match with Clark, Clark for some reason found this wheel under the ring, and so he's using this wheel throughout the match outside the ring and attacking Hiromu with it. So Hiromu, before that, Red Shoes stops him from bringing it in the ring. He brings it in the ring. He's trying to use it. And Red Shoes literally sits on it and is like, no, I'm not letting you do this. And he's just sitting there with his arms folded like, no, I'm not letting you pick this wheel up. So the wheel gets put outside the ring. And so Hiromu wheels it up to a certain spot and then he like kisses it and walks away. I don't know why he kissed it. Hiromu. But then he does this sunset bomb out of the ring and Clark's back lands right on his wheel, standing up. It's such a silly bump, but it's so funny.
Why does he have a wheel? Like I don't know if I've ever seen one in wrestling.
I don't know why this tire was under the ring. They explained it. I believe I think Chris explained it on commentary. I don't remember what his explanation was. I think that they were using it for like weight training to like just to have something for like resistance, but like it's a big tire.
I love it. I never knew anybody was going to use a tire as a prop. Here we go.
Yeah, very funny bump. The way that he bounces back up after his back hits it, very funny. But yeah, best Super Junior so far. It's been entertaining. If you want an alternative, I saw someone in our in our comments on our channel. By the way, if you're not following us or subscribed, youtube.com at Grapsody. But I saw someone in our comments say they don't know where to watch New Japan, which I just, how is it possible? But NewJapanWorld.com, you can stream everything. Very affordable, 999 yen, which I believe is like under $10 American. What a value. You get their entire catalog of matches, and you can keep up with the best Super Juniors. You can watch all of their pay-per-views. The only pay-per-views I believe you have to pay for are the New Japan Strong ones.
Wow, yeah, that's a hell of a deal. Like an insane, the amount of output that they specifically put out is, I can't believe that it's only cost that much. But I thought everybody knew about New Japan World, but if you don't,
Definitely
check it out. One of the best streaming services for wrestling.
Subscribe, man. Don't make me start playing the clip of Zack Sabre Jr. every episode of him telling you to sign your asses up. What a value.
You might have to.
But I believe that's all of our super chats. I'm going to double check.
There potentially is one, or did we already read that last one?
We did not read this one from Enigma.
Oh, Enigma says Honey Drips is crazy.
Yeah. Hey man, look, I respect this game, but I don't know if that means I want to see that match. I respect this game though. Good for him.
I respect a lot of people's games. So
yeah, there's definitely a lot of people playing games too. There's all of our Humper chats as well. Let me double check and make sure right I said that, but I believe that is all of our Humper chats.
That is a fact.
Come on, screen.
Humpies.
Yeah, that's all of our that's all of our Humpers, all of our supers. Appreciate you guys. If you sent us a Humper chat or super chat, if you just pulled up to watch, if you just pulled up to be a part of our chat, appreciate you guys as always. We'll be back next week at this same time, same channel.
Same channel.
But this has been Grapsody. I'm Phil Lindsey. That's Righteous Reg. We're out of here.